Hi everyone! Happy 420 to those who celebrate. I think I'm not celebrating today. Maybe I will later. But I ran out of edibles, I guess, I don't know, a few days ago. And I noticed today, and I was like, well, I don't want to go to the dispensary now. Not on 420. Too busy. Not gonna do that. So I guess I could actually smoke marijuana today, but that's just so much. It's so much work. And I like the surprise. I like the surprise of an edible. I like not knowing exactly when it's gonna kick in. But maybe I will. Maybe I'll go classic today. But anyway, happy 420 to everybody who partakes. I did see this. Merriam-Webster posted this today. Marijuana is the only English word in which the J is silent, which is interesting. And you would think, as they explain here, you would think that it's because it's not like a fully English word or something. Because there's a lot of words that we use in our day-to-day lives. Well, maybe not our day-to-day lives, but like a lot of words that are just common in the English language that feature an H sound with a J because it's not originally English. The English language is full of a lot of different words that we've just taken from other cultures in a normal way, you know, like in the kind of normal, like, melting pot sort of way. But apparently this one, it says, marijuana is borrowed from Mexican Spanish of uncertain origin, but it's spelled like that, marijuana with a G or an H. And the form marijuana is with a J is not recorded in Spanish before its use in English in the early 20th century. How interesting! Love that. Anywho, I did want to point this out because I just thought this was cool. Buffy fans have started picketing outside of Hulu offices to demand the reboot revival. Love that. Putting in the good work. And, you know, also picket for like a good HD remaster. I started looking into it, and I almost made a whole video about it for the second channel, but then I was like, never mind, I don't care. Well, maybe I'll do it eventually. I just didn't have time that week that I was thinking about it, but maybe I'll come back to it. But I was thinking about doing a video or just talking about, because I was trying to look up with the Buffy HD remaster, where is it? Like, what streaming services have what version of Buffy? And I started looking into it, and it's really, really mixed. Like, the versions that are on Hulu at the moment right now, it's not the original Buffy, but it's also not the HD remaster. Like, it doesn't look as bad. A lot of the filtering things that they've done has been fixed, but it's still in the wrong aspect ratio. Except for, like, I think seasons 1 and 2 are in the right aspect ratio, but then season 3 is not. And I was even reading some stuff online of, like, other Buffy fans asking about, like, where can I find the original Buffy? And I've seen mixed things about, like, there are certain streaming services that have, like, the original, or not the original, but, like, the better version, the, like, not fully HD remastered version, but still the, like, cropped version. Some streaming services will have that, but then, like, individual episodes will still have the HD remaster for some reason. And it's just so weird. And it also, it's something that, like I found things from a few months ago of people seeing the HD remaster still on Hulu or on different streaming services, but then that's changed in the last few months. So it's like they're changing stuff around without actually saying what's happening. Like, there aren't any announcements, and it's also not consistent across streaming platforms. It's just very odd. And I thought about doing a deeper dive into that because I do just think it's insane that it's like a show that is so culturally significant and so critically acclaimed that just you can't even find the original version anymore unless you find the original DVDs, which are kind of hard to come by at this point. Not, like, super hard, but, like, because they're not in production, you have to, like, buy them used somewhere. So, justice for Buffy. And that's all I have to say about that. Now, I do want to talk about the Katy Perry stuff a little bit more, because there were a few things that, like, some other instances of Katy's inappropriate behaviors from the past that started to, like, crop up online in the last week, and also some other allegations from some other people. So here's an update. First of all, she is now being investigated by the police in Australia. I don't know anything about Australian laws, so I don't know if there's, like, a statute of limitations on anything. I don't know how this investigation is gonna go, but Ruby did post onto Threads that she will no longer be speaking publicly. She said, "Last update on this. As of this afternoon, I have finalized all of my reports. This means I am no longer able to comment, repost, or talk publicly about any of those cases or the individuals involved. It's going to look like I am ignoring everything from supportive messages to other people's experiences, but I'm not. This is a standard request from the police and in many ways quite the relief. I can start the healing process now and temporarily move forward. I love you all so much." So there's that. And then, but Buffy, I was looking at my notes and I saw Buffy again. Katy fans are coping real hard. So, first of all, they're posting a bunch of stuff that, like, the former manager who worked at the nightclub on the day Katy Perry and Ruby Rose went together, came forward to provide more details about what happened on the night reported by Ruby Rose, according to the Herald Sun website. He claims that there was no report of an assault and also that there was no record of anyone vomiting, contradicting the version told by Ruby Rose. And it's like, well, so? It was like 2 decades ago. You think that he's gonna remember that? Or even that, like, there was gonna be an official report? Like, What report does anyone make when someone vomits in their club? Especially if you're a nightclub that's used to having drunk people. You're probably used to it enough that there's no, like, official reporting method. You just have someone to clean it up. Though technically it is a biohazard, so you're not supposed to just have your normal staff clean that up, but people do. But there's just, who cares? Who cares what the manager of the club remembers from that night? But they are really, really trying to poke holes into this for some reason, but we know the reason, because they're Katy Perry fans. So they're also pulling out this thing about how Ruby said once that she threw up in Katy Perry's shoes in New Orleans, and they're saying that that's a contradiction in Ruby's story, that the location is different. And it's like, okay, well, first of all, sometimes people's memories change. Like, she's not going to remember every detail correctly, including maybe even the venue that this happened in. It was like 2 decades ago. She could easily forget where it took place. But also it doesn't even seem like this is a contradiction. It just seems like this is a separate story. That there was just a different incident of her puking onto Katy Perry. Because she was hanging out with Katy for a long time. Which, of course, people are now pulling up old videos of her being nice about Katy. So here's her talking about Katy in, like, 2011 when the Part of Me movie came out. Oh shit. Sorry, 1 second. I gotta reset this thing so you can hear it.
Wearing all these different outfits. So excited. I mean, I love Katy to bits, and I was just with her at the hotel before, and she's getting dressed up, and she's choosing between all these different outfits, and it's like, I get to see the real Katy, and then I get to come and watch the film where everybody gets to see the real Katy, so it's like, it's an honor. And the person that I was originally bringing ended up having to call in sick, so I've grabbed 2 fans out of the audience who'd been waiting here since like 6 o'clock in the morning. And I was like, I want you to be part of this, you know, come with me. And I know that's what Katy would have wanted me to do as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun. So excited.
Like, wow, that really disproves everything, doesn't it? Because she was nice about Katy Perry in 2011, which, first of all, she even said in her original post, or not her original post, but one of the replies that she made to people on Threads, that Katy had been helping her get a visa. So she had reason to be nice to Katy. Like, Katy was kind of offering her something in return, but also sometimes your feelings on certain things change. Like, you can write something off at the time as like, oh, maybe that wasn't that big of a deal. It's fine that she shoved her disgusting vagina in my face non-consensually. And then years later, you're like, actually, no, that was kind of fucked up. Like, she could have had a good relationship with Katy in some ways and also a victim of Katy in others. That's just how abuse works a lot of the time. And I am also interested too. I mean, she said in the original, like in the threads that she was replying to and stuff, she said that the vagina thing was just kind of like the tip of the iceberg, and that there were other instances of Katy doing things like that or just being generally abusive toward her. And I am kind of curious to hear about that, about like what the dynamic was overall. And especially if there are other people that may or may not come forward. There already are people who are coming forward with some stuff. But like, it is, there's a dynamic there that is very common in the industry of like one person more powerful than another person, exploiting that power, even like subconsciously maybe. And so I think that what happened to Ruby is just not that odd, you know? And in the way that she responded at that time is not odd, and the way that she's responding right now is not that odd. I mean, it maybe is odd to, like, the way that she revealed what happened via a reply to Complex on Threads is maybe a little strange, but it's strange in the way of, like, it's just, it's an interesting avenue to make the allegations. But I think that even then it kind of makes sense emotionally of like, she probably has just been holding this in for a long time. She was on Threads that day. She saw Complex writing this kind of like nice fluffy piece about Katy at Coachella, and it triggered something, and she was like, no, I'm fucking sick of this. So this is all kind of a normal part of being a victim of something, and low-key fuck all of these fans for deciding that that's not the case just because they want to defend their fave. But it's not even just the fans, it's also TMZ is now getting involved, where they're saying that Ruby Rose detailed the night of alleged sexual assault in essay where she said nothing horrific happened. And it's like, okay, but again, in the original threads that she wrote, she said that she had written it off, that she had even talked about it publicly prior to right now, and passed it off as like a funny story. So that's still in line with what Ruby said. And it's also in line with a lot of what victims go through. But, okay. So, there are some more victims that have... some more alleged victims, I guess I should say, that have come forward talking about their own experiences, or alleged experiences, with Katy Perry. So, this person said, and I think this is also on Threads, a lot of stuff happening on Threads, I suppose. This person said, I posed with her for a photo when she came to my queer party in Melbourne, or Melbourne, I think is maybe how the Australians pronounce it. She put her hand on my pubic bone as we posed, which caught me off guard, then proceeded to go and grope women on the dance floor. Which, I'm still even trying, like, what do you mean she put her hand on your pubic bone? Like, your vagina, essentially? I mean, that's kind of crazy. I guess I would need to see the photo, because maybe it just, like, happened to rest there, but it's still, like, it was odd enough for this person to remember it, but that's such an odd thing to do. But then the thing about groping women on the dance floor, I mean, we have other evidence of Katy having some boundary issues when it comes to touching other people. And then they also said, was this the night she came to my party, gross, in Collingwood? I remember you were sick outside and never came in, but she groped a friend and I don't know who else there. She asked us for a mic and I'm so glad we said no and didn't give her a platform in our queer community. They said, I believe Ruby Rose when Katy Perry arrived at my queer party in 2010. I posed for a photo with her. I was a bit taken aback when she rested her hand on top of my pubic bone during the photo. Later in the night, a friend came and complained of being groped. Guess who? Ruby Rose, I was told, was outside sick and never came inside. I stand with Ruby. And I think this is a photo from that incident. And then someone else said, oh my god, I'm going to have to tell my insane Katy Perry experience now. I absolutely believe Ruby Rose. So it's a long story. Sorry for the name dropping in advance. I'm friends with a few of the Go-Go's, and one day early in Katy Perry's career, she was playing the Fillmore, and they had the same manager at the time. He gave Gina Shock VIP tickets, and her significant other at the time didn't want to go, so she invited me. That's not totally relevant to the story. But we went and had fun from the box upstairs, and after the show, the manager wanted us to meet Katy, so we followed him to the meet and greet area, where a long line of teenage girls were impatiently waiting. We were brought to the front of the line, and after quite a while, Katy comes out. Her manager brings us to her and says something like, Katy, I want you to meet Gina, the drummer for the Go-Go's. Katy barely looks at her and gives her a limp handshake as Gina says hi. Then she introduces me and says, this is Jordan. She's in a drag band called Pepper Spray. Suddenly, everything about Katy changed, and she looks at me for the first time, laser focused, and says, you do drag? Which is, I mean, Katy, again, when we're talking about patterns, there have been many instances of Katy being a little bit too, like, eager to feel like she's a part of the queer community. Like, if you remember that whole thing with American Idol where one of the contestants was like, wig. And then she went, oh, did you say wig? Oh my god, wig. I know, I felt that. And then the straight guys in the room were like, what does that even mean? And she says, that's not for you, it's just for us. Like, she's a part of the queer community. But, you know, it's whatever. I mean, she kind of is, in a sense. Like, she's a queer icon. She's a gay icon. She's an icon to many, many a gay. So, you know, and I do have some suspicions that Katy might be a little bi or pan or something along the lines. But I think she's alluded to the fact that she's done more than kiss a girl. Now, is that relevant to her assault of all these other women where she's groping people's breasts or sticking her disgusting vagina, as Ruby Rose said, into people's faces, women's faces? I don't know, because I don't know if that to her even was that sexual or if it was just like a form of harassment. Like, just a straight up, like, I like doing this because it gives me a sense of power. I'm not sure. But okay. This at least makes sense to me with what I know of Katy Perry, of her being so excited that she found someone who does drag. She grabs my hand, come with me, as she pulls me away from Gina, the long line of teenagers who are all glaring at me furiously as I'm being pulled away back to Katy's dressing room downstairs. Now we are in the dressing room with her costume guy, who seems incredibly over it. Here's where it gets even weirder. Katy opens a giant road case of her costumes. She pulls out the banana skirt costume and hands it to me, ordering me to put this on. I'm like, this won't fit. That's when she starts pulling my shirt off, and I'm starting to feel super uncomfortable. I'm like, stop, but she's not stopping. I'm looking at her costume guy, who's looking at me like this happens every night, and I'm like, what the fuck is even happening right now? At this point, her manager comes in and basically shuts it down while she's starting to pull at my jeans. He's like, Katy, you have to go sign the posters for the girls upstairs. We don't have time for this. And he leads her away while she's arguing with him. I feel relieved that I'm not going to be forced into a tutti frutti costume that absolutely won't fit me, but I'm shaken. I go back up and find Gina and we leave. Gina is as weirded out as me. How the hell do you not care about this absolute legend of a drummer, but suddenly a drag queen is the most exciting thing in the world? The point here is that I have experienced her not understanding consent firsthand, and I have no doubt she assaulted Ruby. That woman is crazy. I do think that it's like, again, I don't know that any of that was like sexual, of like her trying to pull someone's shirt off or undress them because she was like attracted to them. I think it was probably more of just like she wanted to put someone into this outfit and she's used to getting what she wants. And even then it says like the costume guy who's looking at me like this happens every night. She's used to people letting her get away with stuff, even including like not just the people who she's doing it to, but the people around her. No one is ever stopping her. It is just a problem with boundaries, it seems like. And it is a little frustrating too, because it's like, I don't want to let her off the hook for anything, but I also think that this is something she could come back for if she just admitted, like, oh, I should think about what I'm doing more. I should think about, like, other people's comfort more. Sorry about that. My bad. The fact that her team is denying that I mean, she hasn't denied any of this stuff. They haven't even acknowledged it. But the idea that they're denying the thing with Ruby Rose, when it's like, but you probably, I think there's a fairly good chance that Katy doesn't even remember what happened. Like, it was a long time ago, she was drunk, and it kind of seems like maybe that just wasn't even that odd of behavior for her. So the fact that she wouldn't just be like, I don't even remember that happening, but it does seem like something I maybe would do, because I've definitely crossed lines with people before and should work on that. It's like, that to me is the worst part of it. It's the same thing with like the Lizzo stuff of like, there's a lot of this stuff in the Lizzo allegations where I'm like, some of this shit isn't even that odd in terms of how the music industry works, how the entertainment industry works, how power imbalances operate within that field. Like, the harassment and the abuse that the women in the Lizzo case are alleging just is almost sort of routine. And that doesn't make it okay, but it does make it something where, like, if Lizzo had just done, like, even just a fucking fake apology of, like, you know what, some lines were crossed, I'm gonna be better about, like, keeping everyone's boundaries in mind in the future, even that, I'm like, okay, a lot of people are gonna be willing to let you go after that and be like, okay, she acknowledged it. And I do think, even though that doesn't make up for anything, well, I don't think I don't think it fixes everything, but I do think that even that is something, you know, like at least validating the people who you hurt and at least saying publicly, like, yeah, I either did those things or I just probably did those things, even if I don't remember it. I think that goes a long way, especially when it comes to preventing your fans from harassing your victims. The fact that Katy Perry fans are now attacking Ruby Rose and anyone else who speaks out against Katy, that is obviously kind of making the whole thing worse. That now they're not just victims of like these isolated incidents with Katy herself, they're also victims of like Katy's denials, and they're victims of the harassment campaigns that come from accusing someone with a lot of power of something. And then I think there was some other stuff too. Okay, yeah, so this was... Oh, wait, let me pull this one up first. Oh, nope, that's the same thing. I thought I had another link, but okay. So there was someone on the Teenage Dream set as well. Apparently these accusations came out in 2018. I never even heard of these. I didn't even know this was a thing. But in 2018, one of the guys, I don't know if it was like the main guy in the Teenage Dream video or just one of the other like actors on the shoot, but one of the guys from the Teenage Dream, Josh Kloss, I don't know if he was, oh yeah, starred alongside the singer, so I would think that he was the main guy in the music video. He came out in 2018 and said that she yanked at his underwear without permission at a party, in turn revealing his genitals to people who stood near him. So he said, she pulled my Adidas sweats and underwear out as far as she could to show a couple of her guy friends and the crowd around us my penis. Can you imagine how pathetic and embarrassed I felt? So I guess in 2020, Katy like kind of responded to these allegations. So, oh, and then someone else, it says Kloss's allegations were then followed by those of Georgian TV host Tina Kandelaki, who accused Perry of harassing her at an industry party. Kandelaki claimed that Perry was heavily intoxicated when she inappropriately touched her and tried to kiss her. The singer has commented on the claims for the first time in a frank new interview with The Guardian, but she remained largely vague on the specific allegations and said, I think we live in a world where anyone can say anything. I don't want to say guilty until proven innocent, but there are no checks and balances. A headline just flies, right? And there's no investigation of what it is. I don't want to add to the noise. I want to add to the truth, basically. I don't comment on all the things that are said about me, because if I chased that dragon, it would be about true and falsing my whole life. It's distracting from the real Me Too movement. And of course, that's what so many people do, where they're like, oh, this is harmful to the actual Me Too cases that need to be taken seriously. It's like, come on. Come on, Katy. And then we also have some other stuff as well. Some stuff that was like public, like things that she did in public. So I played last time the clip from American Idol where she kissed that guy, where he went to go kiss her on the cheek and she moved her head to kiss his lips, which is gross. And then there are some other stuff involving other celebrities. So this is Anna Kendrick on Conan years ago. I don't know exactly when, but it was definitely when Conan O'Brien had a late night show, which he no longer does, so it was a while ago. But this is what Anna Kendrick said about some party she went to with Katy.
Nice. It was a crazy night. I've never been around so many. Katy Perry finger banged my cleavage. It was a weird night. She's very mature.
Paint the scene. So you're standing still and Katy Perry walks by and
I have met her before, and yeah, she's like...
That's her thing.
Yeah, you know, she's aggressive. I like it.
Okay.
Nice. It was a crazy...
I'm assuming what she means by finger banged, because she said that she had like a kind of low cut top, and I think her cleavage was out, so I'm assuming Katy just went in and, yeah, like kind of did like that. It seems without asking any consent first, which is nuts. I don't know if her and Anna Kendrick had like a relationship before that. It doesn't seem like they did, because I could... Oh, it says 2014, so this is from 2014, so that's how long ago this was public. It seems like that's something that you could maybe, if you had a friend that you knew would be okay with something like that, if that was kind of the relationship and the dynamic that the two of you had, that would be one thing, but it doesn't seem like she even really knew Anna Kendrick at all. So that's very odd. As a side note, completely unrelated to this, I knew a guy who I worked with for a while who Anna Kendrick was his babysitter when he was a child. So there you go. He said she was very nice. And then also there was this old clip. I forgot about this, but I knew that this was a thing because he had talked about this once before. But Bo Burnham, when he was still more of like a YouTuber kind of guy, he performed at, I don't know, some YouTube award show thing. Every once in a while, YouTube tries to have like an award show and then they give up on it like after 2 years. But he performed at some YouTube thing. Katy Perry was there. This is her on top of Bo Burnham's piano, and he was like freshly 18 at the time. And this is what Katy said.
Okay, I totally can't wait for this next performer. He's funny, he's filthy, and he's gotten over 20 million views on his YouTube, and he's only 18 years old. Thank God you're 18 at least. He's here to...
FBI, open up!
Girl, what are you doing? Oh, so weird. And then watch Bo's reaction here.
Play his world premiere of his new song. Welcome to YouTube. Come on, everybody, make some noise for Bo Burnham!
Thank you, Mrs. Perry.
Just,
Filthy.
very intent on making it known the age disparity there. How old would she have been? So how old... When was Bo Burnham born? He was born in 1990. She was 84, so she would have been like 24. Ugh, girl. Disgusting. Disgusting. And Katy really has not personally responded to any of this. Her team did make that response of like, what did they say? They were like, oh, Ruby Rose has accused other celebrities of things before, and all those other celebrities denied it. It's like, what the fuck does that mean? Of course they did. You're denying it too, and I still think that you did it. So, who cares? But she hasn't personally responded to anything, but she did post this onto her Instagram story. She posted her own song, By the Grace of God, which, if I didn't think that she was guilty before, I definitely do now. This is like a dude response too, of like getting accused of some sort of sexual misconduct and then immediately leaning back onto your Christianity. She's gonna be like a born again Christian by the end of the year. She's gonna go join her fucking parents' church where they called her a devil child. She's gonna go join her fucking ex-husband at Turning Point USA meetings. Just like, ugh. And then she also has just like she's completely moved on. So here she was at the Trevi Fountain. She didn't have any coins, so she decided to throw her credit card into the water.
Someone give me a penny! Y'all, I told you in Save His Draft that I don't with change, but I feel like I need to put something in the Trevi Fountain for good luck.
I think we could like... No, I can't see the numbers. Just like the most out of touch shit she could possibly do. To be like, I don't have any coins. I don't really fuck with change at all. It's like, well, yeah, of course, because you're wealthy. You don't have to. You don't need quarters for your laundry, Katy. Oh my god. And then she's still just continuing everything else. She's putting out tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific time, which would be, I think, noon Eastern time. She's apparently putting out a director's cut of The One That Got Away, which has narration from Stevie Nicks. Is it the time? Like, don't you have other things to be worrying about? What the hell, dude? You're getting accused by not even just Ruby Rose at this point, but like multiple people. And you're just not gonna talk about any of it? Weird. Weird as hell. Yeah, and no, Stevie, I don't even know. Who's to say when Stevie even did that narration? She might have been sitting on that for a minute, maybe. And that's something that would really suck if you're Stevie Nicks, is like, 2 weeks ago you decided to go into a studio booth for Katy Perry, being like, oh, I like that, The One That Got Away, I'll do the narration for the new video. And then she gets accused of many things. And it's like, oh, fuck. But I don't know. They already signed the contracts. But maybe, I don't know. I don't know what Stevie's involvement or knowledge or anything is. So I'm not gonna blame Stevie at the moment. I'm just gonna be annoyed at Katy. And at least, I don't want any of the girls to really go down. Like, I like pop music to the point where I'm like, I want all the girls to be successful. I want them all to, like, succeed. I want to root for everybody, in theory. But then there are some things that people do that is like, okay, well, can't really support you anymore. Like the Lizzo shit. Not even just the stuff that she did, but like the denial of it, the gaslighting, the playing the victim and everything. That's all super weird. But at least with Katy, you hate to see another girl go down. But if she has to go down, I'm glad that it's for a legitimate reason. And I'm sorry, but like, how much are we missing? Like, there are certain people who, if allegations came against them, it would really, really hurt me, because I'd be like, oh, fuck, I really love their music, I love their work, whatever. Like, this is really going to complicate my relationship to their art. With Katy Perry, I could do without it anyway, if we're being honest. I mean, the last album fucking sucked anyway. 2011, well, 2011 I was not. I was too much of a little monster at a certain point in Katy's career where I just kind of hated her anyway. But like, when she was at the peak of her career, maybe it would feel like more of a shame. But the last few albums haven't been it anyway, so it's like, well, bye. I guess that's it on Katy. We're done on Katy. Oh well. moving on. I'm not up to date with all this stuff. I'm not super into the, like, group stuff in general, which I think, you know, if you've watched these streams, you know that, like, when Cat's Eye does something, I'm like, I hear they did something. I don't really understand it. I don't know what's going on, but that's something. And it's even more to me with, like, men, you know? I'm not really following the boys too much. But I guess there's something going on with Zayn Malik and Louis Tomlinson of One Direction. Don't really have a whole lot of insight into it, but I guess this is from Pop Tings. It says Zayn Malik reportedly punched Louis Tomlinson in the face during a vicious fight on the set of their Netflix docuseries, which first time I'm hearing about that. I didn't know they had a Netflix docuseries. But it said Louis was allegedly shocked at a comment Zayn said and tried to attack him, but received a punch to the face. Zayn was wearing rings, which caused a nasty cut on Louis' head. Tomlinson needed medical attention and suffered a concussion. The incident happened in front of several people. Since then, the two have not spoken and have unfollowed each other on Instagram. Netflix reportedly canceled the multi-million-dollar project, which aimed to show the duo reconnecting through shared memories of fame. I mean, at this point, now I'm more interested in seeing it if they're punching each other, and that's the problem. And that's the thing that we were talking about before with the Taylor Frankie Paul stuff, with The Bachelorette, and with the Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, where it's like the more shit that they get into that's kind of objectively bad, the more a lot of us, including myself, want to see it. I had no interest in this project whatsoever, but now that I know that they punched each other in the face, I'm like, oh. You don't want to finish the docuseries? You don't want to edit that together and let me take a look? Okay, I guess. It's up to you. And then I guess, so I don't know all what's going on with him, but Zayn has now reportedly postponed his appearance on The Tonight Show. So I don't know if there's more going on with him, or if this is related to the Louis stuff, or if it's just a fully separate thing. Don't know. Maybe he just doesn't want to be asked any questions about it. Not sure. But that's what happened there. Anyway. My Wendy soundbite. I'm trying to get better at using the sound bites.
All right, let's move on.
So next up, here's someone who also got into a fight recently in a physical altercation, not of her own doing though. Ice Spice was slapped in the face inside of an LA McDonald's, and so we have the video footage here, and there is sound on it too. This actually happened. It happened a few days after the video went public. But it went public earlier this week. So here's the altercation.
Ready for what? Kick ass.
So to me there, I'm trying to, because I tried to figure out what they were saying, and I got some of it. So this is the fan here, but that's what TMZ said. I don't know that I would call it a fan, but okay. A person who knows Ice Spice comes up. She tries to sit down, gets kind of shot down. The girl doesn't move. And then it sounds like she's saying, I thought she was saying, are you ready to kick ass? But other people are saying that she was saying, are you ready to shake ass? Like, I think she wanted Ice to, like, twerk for her or something. And then Ice is weirded out and is like, you can shake ass out there by yourself.
Girl, what? Ready for what? Shake ass. You shake ass? That's what you do, you shake ass? Yeah. So go shake ass. So you can count it, so go shake ass. So
and there she says, go shake ass. And then the girl says, so are you from Cali? Which, that's important. Keep the stuff in your brain, because we are going to hear from this girl in a minute. And the way that she describes events is not true to what we see here. I don't know if she didn't realize that the security camera had sound, but Just keep in mind everything that's happening here.
Cali? Are you from Cali? Where you from? Are you from Cali? Where you from? Are you from Cali? No, I'm from Chirac. Where you from? Oh, yeah.
So right there, I couldn't hear what she was saying at first. I thought she said Sura for a second. And I was like, you mean like the town in the PlayStation Xena Warrior Princess game? But then it sounded like then I thought she said, Chirac, which is like Chicago, which I think that is what she's saying. That's what I saw other people picking out. So I think she's saying that she's from Chicago, which I don't even know. From my understanding, Chirac was like a derogatory term that maybe some people use. I think it's like a particular neighborhood in Chicago, and maybe some people from that neighborhood use it. But for the most part, I don't feel like I've ever actually heard anyone who was from Chicago say that they were from Chirac. That wasn't something that I was aware of people like self-identifying as.
Where are you from? Are you from Cali? Where you from? Are you from Cali? No, I'm from Chirac. Where you from? Oh, you're from Chirac. Yeah.
Yeah, because the way that, because it still sounds to me like she's saying Sura, but when Ice responds, she says, oh, you're from Chirac. So I think that's what she said.
I'm from McDonalds. I'm from Wendy's.
Which is so funny. So she says, now where are you from? And Ice says, I'm from McDonald's. And then corrects herself to say, actually, I'm from Wendy's. Which is very funny because Ice Spice has a sponsorship deal with Wendy's. So she like remembers mid-argument that she's actually supposed to be repping Wendy's instead of McDonald's. Which, I mean, she's hilarious. Ice is very quick with it too. So like, watch. The girl, her arm comes out, and by the time her arm comes out, Ice is already like about getting in position. And then she's walking on the tables like she was fucking ready.
Wait, calm down. Let me fight her. Wait.
Now this is where I'm like, okay, so she's trying to go fight this girl in the parking lot now, which I understand from like a human level of like, yeah, that girl slapped you across the face. Go beat her ass. I do think that that's a fully legitimate response as like a human being. I do worry a little bit that she's saying that, like, because she is now like trying to take legal action against this girl. I do worry that this is going to get in the way of that if like the other girl can show that like, look, it wasn't just I mean, clearly she attacked her, clearly she was the instigator, but the fact that like Ice then went outside of the restaurant to like track her down to try to beat her ass after that, I do worry that could get her into some legal shit or could like hurt her case going to court, but I don't know. I guess we'll have to find out. I mean, I'm assuming Ice has better lawyers than this other girl does, so I don't know. It's like, why would you start a fight with a celebrity? It's like, even if you won the fight in the moment, even if you beat Ice Spice's ass, which clearly is not what happened, you're gonna get sued. Like, it's not gonna go well for you.
Calm down. On your mama. Let me fight her.
Yeah, and then the guy is like trying to like fight Ice in place of the girl, which is fucked. It's fucked on multiple levels, but also it's fucked in the way of just like, she's the one that attacked her. Let her beat her ass.
Why would you want to fight me? Are you a bitch? Calm down. You want to fight a bitch? Why would you fight me, bitch? We get off on anything. Oh, wait. Whoa! Get her ass! No, why are you trying to fight me? Hey, don't jump her!
And like, why is no one helping her? Why is Ice against all these other people? Ugh, so weird.
Stop her! Hey, don't push him though. Don't push him though. Don't push him because he can't hit you the back. Don't push him. Calm down. All right, but calm down.
I guess that was her friend there in the red, but like, oh, what a sad scene. She's just fucking eating her McDonald's. Did absolutely nothing wrong. But then the girl who slapped her talked to TMZ and is giving a very interesting account of what happened.
I was with my friends and everything, and we came from the beach earlier that night, and we decided to go walk around Hollywood or whatever. But before we did that, we decided to stop by McDonald's because we all had to use the bathroom. So then one of my friends, she comes out and she was like, oh, I think that's Ice Spice over there. And I'm like, oh, for real? So I go up to them and I'm giving her and the other girl she was with compliment.
No, you weren't. What compliment? We heard, are you ready to shake your ass or something like that. Maybe she gave her a compliment when she like first walked up because it was kind of hard to hear, but like, you weren't just like walking up to her and being like, oh my God, Ice Spice, I'm such a huge fan. I love you so much. I love your blah, 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 you know? She walked up with an entitled attitude, tried to sit at her fucking table, and then told her to shake her ass.
And then immediately, Ice Spice was just being rude. She was like, why?
Even if you came up to her and just gave her compliments, she still has a right to be rude to you. Like, you're not entitled to her time. And this is the thing, too, with, like, what Chapel was saying before about, like, fans coming up to her and then getting offended when she was, like, kind of standoffish to them. It's one thing, I understand how some fans maybe felt like she was saying that, like, you should never come up to her, you should never even talk to her if you see her in public. And I don't even think that's what she was saying. I think that, like, what Chapel's main point was is, like, if you come up to me and I don't seem receptive to what you're trying to say, like, if you want to take a photo and I don't want to take a photo, or if you want to talk to me and I don't seem like I want to talk, just walk away. You're not entitled. I don't have to stand there and give you a photo. I don't have to talk to you. Treat me like another person who, like, if you walk up to any random person and you try to strike up a conversation with them, or you try to, like, get them to do something with you and they don't want to do it, like, most people you would just be like, oh, okay, bye. Most of the time you wouldn't even walk up to a random stranger in general, but, like, you have an expectation of, like, other strangers don't owe me things. If I'm being kind of, like, extra in a way to another person, they don't have to respond in, like, a jovial manner. People have the right to be annoyed with you, and you can just be like, oh, okay, bye, sorry. But it's the fact that, like, even if you felt like she was being rude to you, you can think that, and you can go home and be like, man, Ice Spice is kind of rude. But that's still, like, just walk away then. She doesn't owe you anything else. She doesn't know you.
You over here, you could leave, bye. And I'm like, why are you being rude, pretty much? And she was basically saying, like, you could just leave, bye. Like, I don't even know why you're at my table. Then that's when I proceed to ask her, like, you don't got to be rude. I'm just giving you guys a compliment. And
no, that's not how we saw it, girl. Like, we saw the footage. That's not how you responded.
And I'm like, you know what? Where are you from? She said, I'm from New York. So
she didn't say that. I mean, that's a small part of the story, but she just didn't say that.
So let me tell you something. I don't care where you're from. I'm like, you in LA, you in my city now.
Okay. That's interesting, because it kind of seemed like on the video, you said that you were from Chicago. Now you're from LA, and now you're saying, you're like, I don't care where you're from, you're in my city now. You did care where she was from because you kept asking her where she's from, and you don't own Los Angeles. This is not your turf. I know that, like, obviously there is kind of a, an ownership that some people feel over their cities and whatnot. But, like, that doesn't mean that, like, everyone in that city has to be nice to you 100% of the time. Girl.
New York. So I said, let me tell you something. I don't care where you're from. I'm like, you in LA, you in my city now. You can't.
And who the fuck are you, too? Like, you're a big shot in Los Angeles? Los Angeles? Of all places? You run Los Angeles?
Be out here disrespecting people. Like, if you wanted us to leave, you could have just politely said, oh, I'm not in the mood or something, right? Instead of just yelling at me.
She could have, but she didn't need to. And also, she didn't yell at you. She just said that, like, if you want to shake ass, you can go outside and do it. You can do it away from her. She doesn't need to shake her ass for you. That's all that happened. And even if she was rude to you, like, okay, sometimes humans are rude to other humans.
So she kept going on, then she calls me a bitch. So after she calls me a bitch, I hit her. So I hit her, and then so I got escorted out the McDonald's.
I don't even think she called her a bitch. Maybe she did, and she has every right to. But I don't even think that that happened. And also, she says here that she got escorted out of the McDonald's. Girl, fucking, we saw exactly what happened. One of your friends pulled your ass out. That's you being escorted out of McDonald's? Politely escorted out.
I hit her. So I hit her, and then so I got escorted out the McDonald's. And then so after they escorted me, I'm like by my car, and I hear Ice Spice in the middle of the street talking about some, where is that bitch at? I want to fight her. Woo woo woo. So I come back down the street, and then that's when me and her fought again. And then she just kept talking a whole lot of mess. That's just like the brief of the story, honestly. And then as I'm outside the McDonald's as well, she picks up one of my homie's phone. She picks it up and she throws his phone and broke his screen. So it was just like, basically she was being disrespectful and rude, which is why we fought. You know, as a fan, I'm not expecting you to be rude or nothing like that. I'm thinking you're gonna, you know, you're just gonna, oh, like, thank you for supporting me, this and that. But she had a different attitude towards me, you know. With Ice Spice, I have no like longer beef with her. Like, I never had beef with her, nothing. But she lost the fan. I can't listen to her the same anymore. Like, it's just now I know that you're like disrespectful and all of that. I just can't support her.
And this is, again, like, all the people who are acting like Chappell Roan is doing the most. It's this kind of attitude that she's talking about. It's this kind of person where, like, if you don't give them what they want immediately, they have such a strong response that maybe it doesn't even escalate to the point of physical violence like it did with this girl, but, like, just the entitlement of, like, no, but I'm a fan, so you have to be nice to me. That is an attitude that a lot of people have, and it's just fucking ridiculous. Now, ICE's attorney has made a statement and said, the unprovoked attack on my client has been reported to the LAPD, and we will be pursuing any and all avenues to hold the perpetrators responsible for their actions, including criminally and civilly. We are also exploring holding the location responsible for their lack of appropriate security. And that's where I'm like, what security? At the McDonald's? Do you think McDonald's has security guards? What do you mean? But okay, good luck with that one. And then ICE did, I don't know where she posted this, but she said somewhere this wouldn't happen at Wendy's. Good. Stay on brand, girl. Stay on brand. Well. Now, someone who did not... Oh, what the hell? Oh, because I had it as 2. Okay. Someone who did not get into any sort of physical altercation that I know of, that any of us know of, but did get into an argument with some other people. Cardi B was doing her final show in Atlanta at the State Farm Arena. And I don't think we know the details yet of what it is that these employees were saying or doing. I have heard some stuff, and I think this is just speculation, but I've heard some people saying that they had said, these employees said something to ICE about the paternity of, like, her baby. Like, is your newest baby, is it Offset's or is it Stefan's? And then they were asking her about her, like, current relationship with Stefan. So it's maybe that's what happened. Maybe they were being disrespectful to her in that regard. It seemed like from Cardi's statements here and then in some other stuff, it seems like they were also being disrespectful toward her crew, not just like her. So I don't know exactly what happened, but here's Cardi talking about, or not talking, she's talking to someone who works at the State Farm Arena, and she posted this. I don't know if this was like live or I don't know where this was posted originally.
Live right here because you and your fucking employees are being disrespectful. Why I'm not gonna perform today? Because you're being, go get your boss, like you said. Go get him. I'm not performing today. Let me tell you why. Because we got in here, your employees are being fucking rude for no reason. Being rude for no reason. Pointing fingers for no reason. Touching people for no reason. And then they're telling me, oh, we gotta talk to this. Because I feel a certain type of way. Because you're being disrespectful. I did 35 shows and I never had a problem. And we've been kind to everybody. So no, now I'm leaving. No! Live right here.
And then this is another clip.
Are being fucking rude for no reason. Being rude for no reason. Pointing fingers for no reason. Touching people for no reason. And then they're telling me, oh, we gotta talk to this. Because I feel a certain type of way. Because you're being disrespectful. I did 35 shows and I never had a problem. And we've been kind to everybody. So no, now I'm leaving.
And that's what I'm confused about too, because it almost is like that's the same video but from a different angle. So I'm like, oh, maybe the other one was just mirrored? I don't know. I was very confused about that. But yeah, I guess this looks like this was Instagram Live.
So no, now I'm leaving. No!
Yeah, she toured at the arena I work at and was super nice.
Rude.
Wow, I am glad to see her stand up for this shit. Yeah, I mean, this was the last stop on the tour, and she hasn't had a problem anywhere else, so you have to think that it was something with these particular employees. And then she said this on Twitter Spaces.
I'm gonna make it very fucking clear. Until these motherfuckers don't apologize to me, I'm not doing shit. I am one of those people that I believe that first impression is very important. Sometimes I be wanting to violate and disrespect people so much, but I don't, because I know that if I do.
Yeah, and then I don't know why that cut out. So I still don't know exactly what happened, but then she did tweet ahead of the performance, which one of those videos had that tweet on the screen. But when you hold power and authority, use it with kindness and respect, never abuse it, because not everyone will endure your arrogance in silence. Treat others exactly like you demand to be treated. Atlanta, I'll see you soon. So she did perform, and then she said this during the performance.
Pissed off right now, I'm not gonna lie. This arena been playing a lot of fucking games with me. This will be the last time I'm ever in this bitch. Next time, bitch, I'm having my concert in the parking lot, bitch. Woo! I'm tired of y'all playing with me. This is your fucking second time. Uh-oh. I still fuck with the Atlanta Hawks, though. Let's get into some motherfucking tea. Let's have a little tea party. Woo! I'm pissed off right now.
So yeah, I think she did 2 nights in Atlanta, and then on the last night, or no, maybe it was just the one night. I don't know. But she did bring out Missy Elliott for the final show, which is very exciting. Would have been such a shame if Atlanta didn't get that was planned. Like, oh, can you imagine finding out later that Missy Elliott was gonna perform with Cardi B for the final show of the tour, and you didn't get to see it because the fucking State Farm Arena employees decided to be bitches about it. But she performed. It looks like it was a great time. And then there also was an after party too, which the after party itself looked crazy. So she posted this on, I think, Instagram and said, is this an after or another concert? Look at all those fucking people. Ugh. She's the people's princess. I do love me some Cardi B. So then she posted, because this also, I didn't even realize this, but this was her debut tour. She's never done a tour before. So she posted this on Instagram afterward. Oh wait, no, this is not what she posted afterward. It grossed $70 million across 35 sold-out shows. It says it's the highest-growing debut arena tour by a female rapper in history. Now, that does seem like a little bit of, like, massaging the data a little bit of, like, highest-grossing debut arena tour by a female rapper. It's like, okay, well, those are a lot of qualifiers, but that's still pretty good. I do think it's probably a little bit easier at this point for for people to get like highest grossing things at the moment because of the amount that ticket prices cost now. But that's still very cool, and she deserves it. But here's her on Instagram afterward talking about her time on the tour. If it'll load. My God. Here we go.
Hey y'all, it is your girl Cardi B, and I have to do this video right now while I'm drunk so I can tell you how I really feel and not overthink while I'm talking. So I just want to say thank you everybody who came out to the Little Miss Drama Tour and was a part of the Little Miss Drama Tour. I want to say thank you for my production team. I want to say thank you to my glam team. I want to say thank you to my wardrobe. I want to say thank you to my choreographers. I want to say thank you to my dancers. I want to say thank you to every venue. I want to say thank you to the catering. I want to say thank you to the security, to the bus drivers. I want to say thank you to everybody because this tour went really smooth, really smooth, and it went really smooth because we all did a great job. And I also want to say thank you for everybody that came out, from the celebrities. They just came and see me just to have a good time. And I want to say thank you to the celebrities that came out to perform with me. If y'all ever need a kidney, I'm going to find somebody to give it to y'all. I can't give it to you. You don't even want my kidneys, bitch. I'll find somebody to give it to y'all. And I want to say thank you to my friends. Thank you to my family for being there for me. Y'all ain't had to come and everything. Well, I mean, but y'all just made it even better. Like, cause I didn't feel super lonely on the road, and that's because my family and friends, they kept coming and supporting me. But most of all, of course, I want to say thank you to my fans. Thank you to Barty Gang. Thank you for everybody that just came and made this moment so special for me. A lot of you guys, most of you guys, like, it's one thing that it's like y'all came out, but some of y'all, like, y'all drove for hours. Some of y'all took flights. Some of y'all put so much effort on y'all outfits that it's like, oh, y'all trying to outdo me. Hold on. Like, I got to step it up because y'all was going so crazy. Y'all could have came however y'all wanted to, but y'all was dressed to the nine. Y'all was dressed as schoolgirls. Y'all was dressed as drama. Some of y'all was dressed like y'all was going to the Met Gala. Like, it was like, oh, all right, okay then. And that takes time and that takes effort. And I just want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to some of the fans that told me their stories. Like, a lot of y'all touched my heart, and a lot of videos of y'all doing reviews and like y'all just going and having a good time. It just touched my heart. Like, cause that we all go through some shit. Sometimes, bitch, I be sad as a motherfucker, and for 2 hours while I'm on that stage, I forget about everything. I'm the happiest girl in the world. And then I go home to bed crying, bitch. I go back home to bed crying and shit and stuff like that. But it's like, you guys, I'm so glad that, like, I'm like, I don't know, like, I mean something to y'all because y'all mean so much to me. Like, it's like, I didn't realize how much I needed this tour. Like, this was like a rebirth. This is like a renaissance to me. Like, it's like, bitch, like, I hope I never get used to this feeling, because once you start getting used to something like this, it just, you don't appreciate it much. And I want to appreciate these moments, these tours that I keep doing, like, for the rest of my life. Like, I want to feel like, wow, look at these people. They're out here looking for, like, they're here for me. And I just want to say thank you so much. I had to tell you this. Like, I had to tell you this. This is why I'm doing it while I'm drunk, because I had to tell you this. I'm going to post this on my main thing because I have to tell you that I love you so much. It's over. It's over.
Good job, Cardi. We love it. I love Cardi. Terrible taste in men. But other than that, I love her. She also, her Grow Good Beauty hair care line sold out in less than an hour, so that's doing very well. We love to see that. But then moving on to something else completely. I haven't read this yet, or probably ever. I don't know if I'm ever gonna read it. Maybe if if it's really that good, maybe I'll read it. But Lena Dunham's book has come out, and apparently there's a lot of shit in it, and we don't have time to get into all of it, but, like, some of it... So, Lena Dunham, obviously, the showrunner, head writer, whatever the fuck, creator of, and star of Girls on HBO, which I never watched, because when it first started, I think that I was still living with my parents and we didn't have HBO, and then when I got into college... there was already just so much, like, discourse about Girls that I was like, I don't want to know. I don't want to have an opinion on this series. So I think I will not. And so I've never watched it. Maybe I'll watch it now. I don't know. But yeah, another memoir. She did already write one. This is a new one. So she wrote, it's called Fame Sick or something. She wrote this new memoir and she... is revealing a lot of stuff. So apparently, for one thing, Allison Mack from Smallville auditioned for the role, or it says, I don't know exactly what happened, but it says, I recognized a woman named Allison Mack from Smallville. She wasn't right for any of the roles, but invited me via email to her intimate women's group every week for the next year. There are, but for the grace of God go I. Because Allison Mack, if you don't know, was like a high-ranking member of the NXIVM cult. And we don't even have time to get into that, but that's crazy. Also, I don't have this link in my notes, but so Lena Dunham is a very controversial figure for several reasons. One of them, some of them are kind of dumb. Like, some of the things that people say about Lena Dunham, I'm like, it's just not a legitimate criticism in my opinion. Other things are, like, more legitimate. Some stuff is, like, borderline. Like, there was a whole thing with this story that she told in one of her last books. I don't know how many books she has, but she had a book that came out a while ago involving her sibling, her now sibling. The sibling is now non-binary, I think, or currently identifies, I probably was always non-binary, but, like, currently identifies as non-binary, but at the time was still identifying as a woman. And so this is a thing too where people always refer to this story as, like, something that she did to her sister, which maybe says something about people's real interest in that story, that they don't actually even care about the alleged victim. They just care about, like, getting one over on Lena Dunham. She told this story about something that she did to her sibling when they were children, like children. And it is a very strange story. Like, they accused Lena Dunham of being, like, a pedophile, which is crazy because Lena Dunham was also a child in the story. But I will definitely say that, like, the way that she tells the story in the book is odd. Like, she's telling it as a kind of, like, funny, quirky story when it's like, well, that actually could have, like, that could have been bad, you know? Like, there are a lot of people who maybe a similar thing could have happened to them in the position of the sibling that maybe would have been traumatized by it, and her sibling says that they were not traumatized by it, so it's like, you know, I guess it's fine. In their instance, like, I'm not gonna project, and I'm not gonna say that, like, oh, the sibling is wrong about their own feelings on the matter, but it's like a lot of other people could have been traumatized by something like that, and the way that she told that story in the book was a little bit like, okay, girl, let's be a little bit more sensitive to how this is gonna come across to a lot of people. But it's like, there's, like, a legitimate criticism of, like, I'm uncomfortable with the way that Lena Dunham chose to tell this story in the book. There's a difference between that and being like, Lena Dunham is a pedophile for something that she did when she was 7, you know? So there's stuff like that. But then the worst thing for me that Lena Dunham ever did, she, someone, I think it was like a writer or something on Girls, I don't know exactly who it was, but he got accused of some sort of sexual misconduct, maybe even like assault or full-on rape, from a young black woman. And then Lena said after, like, when the allegations came out, she says, I have information about this story where I know that this girl is lying. And then she admitted later on that, like, actually she didn't have any information at all. She just made that up to, like, try to protect him, which is fucked beyond belief. And I'm like, okay, well, at least I guess she said something later and said that she made that up and that she, like, that's something I take a general stance of, like, never too late to do the right thing. So I guess good on Lena for that, for coming to her senses later and saying something. But it is just crazy to do it in the first place. And I guess in the book, I don't know exactly even how it comes up in the book, but she talks about it briefly and says that when she made the original statement, that she doesn't remember it now because she was on a bunch of painkillers or something at the time, and she didn't remember making the statement in the first place. And I was like, okay. Well, I don't know why you didn't then make a correction a little bit sooner than you did. That's a little odd. And I also don't know how it comes up in the book and, like, how much detail she goes into about that. But that to me is, like, the worst thing Lena Dunham has ever done. And I suppose she kind of addresses it in this new book. But then she also talks about working with Adam Driver, and he does not come across well at all from the excerpts that I've read. But then I've also heard other people saying that if you read the full thing in the book, it actually doesn't even come across as bad. But I don't know. I haven't read the book, so I have no clue. But she says that Adam Driver, and she was also the person who really kind of put Adam Driver on the map as, like, an actor. Like, his role in Girls, I didn't even watch it. I didn't watch the show, but, like, I know that, like, that's where his career started. She says he hurled a chair at the wall next to her when she forgot her lines during girls' rehearsals. Adam screamed, "Fucking say something, wake the fuck up, I'm sick of watching you just stare." I said my lines correctly after that. I reasoned that the intensity of his anger at me, anger that could make him spit and throw things, was proportionate to the intensity of our creative connection. One day in his dressing room, as I apologized for a perceived slight I couldn't remember committing, he got close to my face and hissed, "Never forget that I know you. I really fucking know you." "What do you know?" I yelped. "You don't go to parties, you love animals, and you hate being whispered about." And he was right. Okay. But now, what kind of makes this a little bit more relevant for our pop girlies, she kind of, I guess, talks about, and again, I don't know how much detail she goes into in the whole book, I've only seen these excerpts, but Jack Antonoff, because she was in a relationship with Jack Antonoff for a while he was working with Lorde to create the Melodrama album. She's kind of implying that Jack and Lorde had some sort of affair. And she says that Jack was locked in a room with a teen pop star whose needs seemed as massive and complex as my own, and who called me Aunt Lena when I hobbled into the kitchen with my walker to grab another bottle of green tea. So at this time, yeah, a teen pop star. Like, I think Lorde would have been, like, early 20s around that time. How old was she when Melodrama was made? She either was, like, a late teen or in her early 20s. But I guess the implication there is that maybe Lorde and Jack had some sort of affair. This is something that other people have thought for a while. In particular, there was a PowerPoint that came out that, like, somebody made, like a fan made. And she said, "I wasn't paying attention, but the internet sure was, and they made some pretty amazing PowerPoints on the issue, so convincing they had me rethinking events that I myself had been present for." And now this is something where I've been kind of aware of the PowerPoint in the past. I've never, like, done any sort of deep dive into it because, well, it is kind of insane. I don't know the legitimacy of the stuff that's said in the PowerPoint. Yeah, so like 18 or 19 when she recorded it, 20 when it came out. I guess this is also a part of some sort of, like, podcast or something. But so people made this PowerPoint years ago about Lord's relationship with Jack Antonoff. I don't know the like details here, what all people are saying, because if you look at the whole thing, I've looked at it before and just been like, oh yeah, I'm not getting into all that. It is so fucking long and detailed. And to me, it's just like, the melodrama album is fine for what I believe it to be about, you know? Like, I understand maybe there is more to it. Maybe there's a huge thing. I respect, I have my own feelings. I mean, a few weeks ago, I showed my chronological order of Tortured Poets Department. I have my own beliefs about why I think these songs are supposed to go in that order. It is a little conspiratorial. It is a little, like, invasive, whatever. So, like, I have respect for the people putting in this work, but I just don't need it personally, you know? Like, I have no idea what happened. But maybe these people are right. I have no idea. But I also don't think, from what I saw of the excerpts from Lena Dunham's book, I don't think that she even really knows either. I think that she's maybe just making some inferences about, like, she felt a little bit jealous of the creative connection that Lord and Jack had. She ended up cheating on Jack, I think because of her own insecurities with him spending so much time with Lord, and whether or not he was spending time with Lord in a romantic capacity, or if they were just collaborators, if they were just writing this album together, it's like, who's to say? I think that it is very possible that there was no sort of romantic connection between the two of them, but that they were just so into the fucking album that they made. And if that's what happened, then God bless them, because it is a great album. And that's, to me, why it makes sense of, like, they had this kind of, like, very close relationship that wasn't necessarily romantic. It's like, well, they were just bonded over their shared love of making this album. Like, it is an album that I think you can tell that somebody was, like, a little bit too obsessive in making it. You know what I mean? I understand why they would lock people into, why they would, like, lock themselves in a room to make it, because it's like, well, that's what it sounds like they did, just from the actual album. So you guys said, someone said, to go through the players, so I guess we can do that if you want. I've never read this whole thing. So key players, Lord herself. This person says, y'all, I stand Lord. Here, let's put on some music for this. Y'all, I stand Lord so hard before I started this journey, but I feel very weird now. So Lord was age 21, I think, at the time of the PowerPoint. She's from New Zealand. Y'all knew that. Did you know she has a dual citizenship with Croatia, though? I didn't, okay? Blessed us with pure heroine. I miss Vampire Lord. Her mother has very questionable decision-making skills. Most parents of children who end up in the industry do. Most notably being chill with Ella/Lord dating a 24-year-old at 16 and having her 14-year-old daughter proofread her 40,000-word master's thesis. Her name is Sonia, and I bet she spells it with a sexy, unique J. What does that mean? She's not like regular mom. She's a cool mom. Loves pineapple juice. Ooh, I love pineapple juice too. Okay, but that is true. Like, yeah, so Lord did date a 24-year-old at 16, and that does create the, like, the backdrop for melodrama as we know the story to be told in the actual album, whether or not it has anything to do with Jack Antonoff. But okay, yeah, 24-year-old at 16, gross. She recently participated in a birth, as one does. I don't really know what that means. She participated in the birth of her best friend's child. What? Participated how? I don't know. Another key player, Jack Antonoff. Ugh. Age 34. Yup, that's 13 years older. Yeah, okay, but I mean, if they were just collaborators, that's not that weird. Fuckboy from Jersey. Okay. Why are famous people from New Jersey so angry and sad? Can't think of any exceptions. See also Zach Braff, All of My Chemical Romance. Dated Scarlett Johansson. Yeah, he did. He's got a lot of baddies, actually. Most notably dated Lena Dunham for 5 years. Wow. Plays the mandolin because of course. And Aries. As an Aries, I disown him. Okay. I only recently realized how successful he is and it makes me mad. Whoa, you're not gonna like upcoming events. He just gets more successful, I'm afraid. Actually, I'm not afraid because I like him. He does good work. What could I say? Has won 3 out of 9 Grammy nominations. I think he... Wasn't there something recently at the Grammys? I feel like I remember saying something during one of the streams and having something in my notes about Jack winning every time that he was nominated for a particular Oh no, Jack has won, I think, he's won an award in like every major category at this point. Like all the like big ones of like best new album, best album of the year, or whatever. It's song of the year, record of the year. I think he's won in like all of those categories except for best new artist, obviously, which he can never be. Again, in 2014, he said he was desperate for kids, so I am now living in fear he will impregnate the Lord? Oh my god. Mets fan, need I say more? Associated X, Bleachers, Fun, Steel, Train, Flight of the Conchords. He did stuff with Flight of the Conchords? God damn. Lord, Charlie XCX, Grimes, How to Dress Well, Carly Rae Jepsen, St. Vincent, Pink, Taylor Swift. And the list keeps growing. Alright. Another key player, Lena Dunham. You know who Lena Dunham is. Please don't make me think about her any more than I already have to. She sucks, but she got done dirty. Do we think she drunk cries to Kylo Ren? Biggest insecurity, her teeth. She is facing it according to Vogue, which is very #brave. The following was keeping her very busy in 2016, leaving the 2 rats in her home to have their summer of love. She actually worked on the Clinton campaign for 18 months. Holy shit, melodrama took 18 months to make coincidence. I don't fucking think so. Okay, Trump is Lord's fault because Lena had other things on her mind and could not fully devote her energy to the campaign. Okay. Oh yeah, apologizing for things. Lena has publicly apologized for many things, and this was in 2016, so I think the list has grown since then. Oof. Okay. Different things about Lena Dunham. Minor player Taylor Swift. No, that's Becky. Friends with Lena and Lorde separately prior to any of this. Jack co-wrote 4 songs on 1989. He's done a lot more since then as well. Does embarrassing things like public declarations of friendship via puffy pants on a jean jacket in a music video. Okay. You Can't Sit With Us. Hates that I just called her a minor anything. The publication hints that perhaps the relationship went south when Swift wore a t-shirt listed her pals. I don't know if this is extra notes or if this is a part of the original PowerPoint. Wore a t-shirt listing her pals in the Look What You Made Me Do video. Names Lena Dunham, Blake Lively, and her devoted husband, Ryan Reynolds. Names like Lena Dunham, Blake Lively, and her devoted husband, Ryan Reynolds, were listed, but it was noted that Carly's name was absent. Who gives a fuck, but it appears that Lena and Taylor are still friends to date, but Lena and Lorde are not, obviously, and neither are Lorde and Taylor. Conclusion, Lorde only has room for one snake in her home, and it's herself. Okay. Minor player's the ex-boyfriend who supposedly inspired melodramatic James Lowe, so... While it's unclear as to when the pair started dating, it seems that they met when she was 16 years old and he was 24. Yes, there was definitely an age gap there, but apparently it was deemed fine by her parents. Yeah, her parents suck. In an interview with Rolling Stone, Lorde's mom, Sonia Yellick, addressed her daughter's relationship with an older man. She said, I didn't say, yeah, sure, go date a 24-year-old, but her dad and I met James and we liked him. When Ella was much younger, her first boyfriend was older, 4 years or something. Yeah, okay, that's very odd. Sadly, though, the couple ended their relationship in 2015 and her new single, Green Light. And when her new single, Green Light, came out, a lot of people thought the song was about Low. Okay. Yeah, it is weird that they wrote sadly. I don't think that's very sad. Needs to hire someone to do his SEO, as it is almost as bad as SURs. I don't know what that means. Age 30, math in the screenshot adds up to an 8-year difference, but I guess it's 9. Totally cool though. Okay, he's a photographer. Yeah, he's weird. He's weird. I agree. Okay, so there it is. Those are our players. So there it is. I don't think they dated. I don't think Lorde and Jack dated. And Lorde has denied this specifically when people would ask.
Did you date Jack? Guys, no. I need to... Guys, never. No. Jack and I are not dating. For the last time. But I love him. He's awesome. But we're not dating. Please.
And I do think it's maybe a little heteronormative to think that just because they've spent a lot of time together and that they, especially, not only can, like, men and women be friends and not have anything else occurring, but also, like, they were collaborators. We don't even need to, like, just talk about them as friends. He was helping her make an album. So yeah, they spent a lot of time together. But she's also, like, he's continued to collaborate with her. He's continued to collaborate with a lot of women. So I do think that he is just someone that a lot of women in the industry enjoy working with. And if they had any sort of, like, romantic relationship or anything, I don't know how serious it was because there's never been any official, like, breakup between the two of them. But I don't know. Who's to say? Who is to say? I guess no one will ever really know except for Lorde and Jack. But either way, whatever it is that happened between the two of them, I agree that everybody say thank you to Lena Dunham because she felt betrayed and cheated on but didn't intervene and let the best album of all time get created. Yeah, whatever it is that they did, I forgive them. And thank you, Lena, for not stepping in. Thank you for just letting it happen. Even if you had to cheat on Jack Antonoff to do it. The album needed to come out. It needed to be created. And I'm glad that it was. Now, somebody else who will not let things go. We've alluded to her in the past, but the fucking Coldplay lady is still going. So here she is. She gave some sort of speech somewhere, and then apparently these paparazzi from TMZ happened to be there and were asking her questions, which she doesn't seem super fazed by. You know, I hate to just accuse people of calling the paparazzi on themselves, but I think that's probably what happened here. And it's like, for what, girl? This is the whole thing too, where it's like with the whole Coldplay big, what do you call it? Like the Jumbotron or whatever. The whole thing with that, where she got outed as having an affair. I don't think that she was actually in a relationship at the time, but the person that she was with was cheating on his wife. And then it was also her boss, and she was the head of HR, which was a whole thing. It's like a lot of that was kind of creepy in the way that the internet jumped on it and jumped on the desire to, like, identify this woman and this man, find out where they worked. The whole thing, like, it was very odd. It was very, like, panopticon dystopian shit. But it was always kind of hard to, like, defend these two people and be like, stop, leave them alone, they don't deserve this. Because of the fact that she was the head of HR and he was the, like, CEO of the company. So it's like, okay, actually, no, but what you two doing is, like, actually wrong. Like, you shouldn't, this isn't even just a random couple that's, like, cheating on their spouses, which even then, it's like, I don't think, I don't think that you should be, like, burned at the stake for cheating, because it's, like, I don't know the circumstances of the relationships, like, I don't know if the guy was even in a happy relationship with his wife, like, who's to say? It's really just none of my business. But it's also like, well, you were at the concert and you had your arms around someone when you knew that they were putting people up on the screen. Like, it is a little hard to sympathize at a certain point where it's like, you could have just not been holding each other in that one moment that the camera was trying to find people in the audience, you know? Like, there was a little bit of, like, common sense that you did not use, but still, it was weird that the internet decided to find out all these details about these people's lives. But it's a little hard now to make the argument of, like, hey, we should, like, let people live privately and we should not try to, like, dig up all this info about people when this woman will not let it go. She's done multiple interviews with publications at this point talking about the Coldplay incident, and now it appears, calling paparazzi to wherever it is that she's giving speeches. Like, what the fuck is she gonna give a speech about? She's calling paparazzi there and is continuously talking about it and, like, victimizing herself in such a bizarre way.
It was a great speech, thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Has Chris Moore never reached out to you?
No, never did.
Why was she so, especially that too, of, like, did she want that in the public? She answers so quickly. Like, he hasn't even stopped asking the question and she's immediately like, nope, he didn't. Why would he need to, girl? I get that you did get kind of fucked over, but, like, the thing that really fucked you over was the internet, for one thing, and also your own kind of decision-making. So, you know, I don't think that Coldplay owes you anything. It was very clear, because I know someone who even went to a Coldplay concert before that, and they said that he was doing the Jumbotron shit there, too. They put people up on the Jumbotron. People know that it's gonna happen. Like, I don't know what to say, girl. I just think that if you were paying attention to the moment, you would have made some better decisions, and that's not Chris Martin's fault.
Chris Moore never reached out to you?
No, never did.
Would you appreciate if he did?
Yep.
Okay.
Would have been great.
Would you still go to a concert?
No. Coldplay or any concert?
Coldplay.
No, I'm all set.
All set?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You did a great speech,
Thank
though.
you.
I really liked it,
Thank you.
Thank you. Because that was a great speech.
Like, what? Why? I can't, girl. And another person who apparently will not let something go that we've all gotten over at this point, Charlize Theron is still talking about the Timothée Chalamet shit. She said, "Oh boy, I hope I run into him one day. That was a very reckless comment on an art form, two art forms that we need to lift up constantly because yes, they do have a hard time. But in 10 years, AI is going to be able to do Timothy's job, but it will not be able to replace a person on stage dancing live." First of all, Charlize, we've all moved on. This was weeks ago. This was like months ago at this point. We're done having the discourse about the opera ballet shit. That's first of all. Second of all, it was tired then. The whole thing was annoying at the time. Third of all, you're just also wrong. This whole thing about, I don't think that AI is ever going to be able to do Timothée Chalamet's job. I don't think that it's actually going to be able to take over the jobs of many actors. In fact, I think that the people who are more at risk of losing their jobs are like people who work in like graphics and people who work in just general like video effects and editing and stuff. I don't think the actors are the people that are like at the biggest risk of losing their livelihoods because of AI. But sure, yeah. And even the ones that are, I feel like it's like people who do extra work more, you know? Like when they have people populating the background of shit, you know, you can AI generate those people and it's a little bit more, people are able to stomach it a little bit more. But also this idea that AI will never be able to replace a person on stage dancing live. Girl, have you never heard of holograms before? If they can do it with a live actor, they can do it with a live dancer too. It really doesn't matter the venue. It doesn't matter. This is just so ridiculous. I don't know why is everyone still so fucking obsessed with this? I saw somebody tweet I have a theory that a lot of these reactions are just that he must be kind of unlikable IRL, or was when he was younger, and celebrities use these micro controversies as a chance to air petty grievances. The inverse is true of other people who have gaffes laughed off and ignored, and I always think they're probably fun at parties. And I do, like, maybe that's the case, but I think what's probably more likely is I think that there is just a level of elitism that comes with being like a fan of the ballet or the opera that these celebrities kind of cling to, and they hate the idea that these like high art forms could be devalued. I think it has just a lot to do with classism and elitism, that people are protective of like high art in a way that is just kind of dismissive of people that don't have access to those things. I really think that that's kind of it. Now, someone who did speak on the whole thing initially and then expressed regret later on, Doja Cat has been doing a lot of Twitch streams recently, and she recently immediately banned Trump supporter and homophobic streamer Aiden Ross after he sent her a hey in his her live chat. Love that. Love to see that kind of response from Doja, especially given her somewhat iffy history. But she also made a joke at Nicki Minaj's expense recently when her cat started chewing on some wires.
No, don't chew on the wires. Are you Nicki Minaj? Are you chewing on the wires?
What a cute cat.
Don't chew on the wires. Let go. Let go, Nicki. Let go, Nicki. No, don't.
What a little cutie. Oh, I love him. Oh my gosh. Anyway, we do have some live music updates. So Live Nation has been found by a jury to have an illegal monopoly over the ticket market. Yeah, obviously. I don't know what this really means in terms of the future. Like, I don't know how Ticketmaster or Live Nation is actually going to be affected by this judgment, but I'm glad at least that, like, something happened and that there was a decision made. But it's, like, obvious. It's obvious from fucking everybody knows it. And everybody hates them. And that's what's so upsetting about it, is, like, everyone agrees that Ticketmaster and Live Nation is, like, an evil company. And then they just still get to be evil. It's so infuriating. But the thing is I think a lot of artists are really suffering from the entire live market at the moment feeling very inaccessible to a lot of people, because people are just not buying tickets anymore. Including tickets for the new Pussycat Dolls tour, which is selling abysmally. These are the seats that are still left at their arenas for a tour that starts in June. First of all, I don't know, like, no disrespect, Pussycat Dolls, they are, like, iconic in a lot of ways. They have some great songs, but let's be real, they are a nostalgia act. The last song they put out wasn't that good. The song they put out before that in, like, 2020, they put out one song and then dipped. So this is not a group with, like, a huge following that's, like, super dedicated and keeping up with everything they do. So, like, look at that. I mean, it's bad. I don't know why they decided to do an arena tour in the first place. Like, you guys needed to start way smaller. You should have done what Hilary Duff did, where you start with, like, small theaters. She did her, like, small rooms, big nerves thing, which sold out immediately. That helps kind of generate hype. That makes it seem like the tickets are in demand, which I think Hillary probably could have done bigger venues in the first place, but for sure the way that she did it, where she started with smaller venues that sold out very quickly, it made people very hungry to get those tickets of, like, oh shit, the Hillary shows are selling out. If I want to go, I need to get a ticket right away. It builds hype, and then also Hillary got to, like, get her bearings live and perform a little bit and have the clips start going out. She's building hype slowly, and then she announce the arenas and the stadiums and shit. Actually, I don't even know if she did any stadiums, but the arenas. And those sold out also very, very quickly. Like Madison Square Garden. I didn't even know at the time. I was like, I'm sure that Hilary Duff could sell out Madison Square Garden by the time the show happened, you know? Like, I had no doubt about that, but even I was kind of shocked by, like, how quickly Hilary sold out Madison Square Garden. And do I think the Pussycat Dolls could have gotten there? I don't know. If they started with theaters and the theater shows were, like, really, really good and it, like, really built a lot of hype, then maybe. But it's like, I don't know why you would bank on that. I don't know why you would go in so confident that you could sell out arenas. You're not in that stages of your career, that stage of your career anymore, girls. Come on. Like, this is bad. And I even thought that I saw these screenshots. I was like, that can't be true. They couldn't have sold that few of tickets. And then I went to their website and looked at the ticket prices, and no, it's about, I mean, I'm sure in the last few days maybe they've sold a little bit more than this, but it was bad. Really, really bad. Yeah, I think that tour is probably getting canceled, so. Sorry. Someone else who, I guess couldn't sell their tickets. Miss Meghan Trainor has canceled her Get In Girl tour, which she's not saying is because of low ticket sales. They never say that. But she did say, after a lot of reflection and some really tough conversations, I've made the difficult decision to cancel the Get In Girl tour. Balancing the release of a new album, preparing for a nationwide tour, and welcoming our new baby girl to our growing family of 5 has just been more than I can take right now. And I need to be home and present for each and all of them at this time. I know this will come as a disappointment to my fans, and I am so sorry to let you down, but I know that this is the right decision for my family and me right now. I promise I'll be back soon, and I can't wait for you to hear this new record. I'm so proud of it, and I'm endlessly grateful for your love and support always. This was pretty funny for me, because on April 1st, Meghan Trainor, like, I don't know if this is an actual fan account or if this is one of those, like, parody fan accounts, but they tweeted, Meghan Trainor abruptly cancels her Get In Girl tour. Refunds have not yet been confirmed according to Ticketmaster's purchase policy terms and conditions. All sales are final, no refunds. So I saw this tweet on April 1st, and I was like, oh my god, really? And then, of course, after, like, a minute, I was like, oh, wait, no, it's April Fool's, isn't it? And I literally had it, like, bookmarked at one point to, like, put into the document of, like, oh, I guess we have to talk about that for our new Pop Girly news stream. And then I was like, wait, it's April 1st. That's not true. And so I unbookmarked it. But it's true now. I know, I mean, the thing about all sales are final, no refunds, that's not true. People are going to get refunds, but still, the writing was on the walls. The prophecy has been fulfilled. And she is now, I guess, selling her mansion. So, oh, look, they put a community note on it. So it says, exclusive, Meghan Trainor sells her $6.8 million mansion after canceling her tour. And so this note says, Meghan didn't sell the house after the tour cancel. After announcing the tour cancellation, the house has been on the market for several years and was officially sold on April 15th, the day before she announced the cancellation of her tour. Okay, so that's fine. But I did think that was funny. Of, like, maybe she's got to pay for that tour insurance or whatever. But, okay, she listed it a while ago. Still, she's gonna be fine. She had a $6.8 million mansion. She'll live. Taylor Momsen also was hospitalized after being bitten by a spider backstage at a Pretty Reckless show 2 years after being bitten by a bat on stage. So, I don't know if something's out to get her, but hope you're doing well, girl. Anyway, moving on to some new music. It was a very, very big New Music Friday. A lot of people released. So I apologize if I don't get to some of your faves, because there was a lot. But first we have, well, for one thing, we have the new Mother Mary soundtrack EP. So there's a movie coming out called Mother Mary, starring Anne Hathaway as a pop star, and I am very excited about this. I haven't listened to the whole EP yet, but I've heard a few songs, and it does sound pretty good. at least especially good for like, you know, a movie. Whenever they have these like movie pop stars, a lot of times it can sound kind of cheap. This at least sounded like there was a fair amount of effort being put into this. And Anne Hathaway really is, she's an honorary pop girly. I don't have her on for this week. I'm saving it till the movie comes out. But like we all know, Anne Hathaway is and has been an honorary pop girly. And it seems like, it's always seemed to me like Anne Hathaway is a big fan of other pop musicians. I say other pop musicians like she is one. But she is a fan of pop music. That was very true when she did that. Was it like an Amazon Prime movie where it was very like fanficky? I couldn't get through it. I found the whole thing so fucking cringe. I started it. I could not finish it whatsoever. But in the promo cycle for that, she was talking a lot about her like favorite pop stars and stuff. So I've always known, or not always, but like since then I've known that Anne is a fan. She's a pop stan like us. So here she is talking about how she prepared for this role.
I actually was trying very hard not to be influenced by any specific artist, but I did study everyone you can imagine. I studied Beyonce, I studied Rosalia, I studied FKA Twigs, I studied Pink, oh my goodness, so many people. But what I was looking for was not specific things that they did. I was looking for patterns, like to see if there was like a pattern or something that they all had in common. And I figured whatever that thing was would be foundational to being a pop star. And then when it came to Mother Mary's vibe and her sound and all of that, I was actually looking for the unclaimed space. Because I thought all of those artists each have such a distinctive sound. What's the sound that somehow in the last 20 years nobody's quite grabbed? And that was how she was born. I actually was.
So I'm very interested in the movie. I will of course be seeing it. And then Rosalia also released her deluxe edition for Lux the Complete Works. I don't know, because it says the release includes vinyl exclusive songs. And I don't know, I didn't look into any of the like vinyl exclusive stuff, so I don't know if it's all vinyl exclusive, like if all of those tracks were on physical releases, but very good either way. Very exciting. There was a new video released, and I don't think they've put it onto YouTube yet. I think it's maybe only on like Spotify and Apple Music because of the charting issues, which I'm not watching music videos on Spotify or Apple Music. Number one, because I don't have Apple Music, but number two, because I've tried to watch it on Spotify before, and the functionality is just not very good. For one thing, I can't put it on my TV as easily. I have to, if I go to the Spotify app on my TV, I couldn't like get the video to actually like play correctly. So that sucks. I like putting videos on my television, so I'm still just going to YouTube for all my music videos. I'm sorry. I know that they're not getting, that this stuff isn't counting for streams anymore for like the Billboard charts, but I'm not watching it on Spotify. I'm not doing it. If it comes onto YouTube, I will watch it. I'm not doing anything else. And YouTube really should be smarter about the way that they do these things too. Like they should, for people who watch pop music, oh, it went up on YouTube today? Okay, maybe I'll watch it later today then. But for people who watch any sort of like pop music or music videos on YouTube, I mean, YouTube knows it's tracking your data and your shit all the time. They should really prioritize doing like a new music video Friday kind of page or something. Maybe they do on the YouTube Music platform. I'm not sure. I just go on to actual YouTube. But like, if there was a playlist of like every week, here's all the new music videos for Friday, maybe it's not all going to be like the big pop girls like Rosalia, but there's always going to be someone releasing some sort of music video on a Friday somewhere, or at least throughout the week, and you can just put it up on the new music video Friday thing. Like, just do that. Put up a fucking playlist, because there were a lot of people who released music videos this week where I was kind of frustrated by the fact that I had to like go out and like individually search each one. I was like, okay, Olivia Rodrigo, what's that? Adele, let me see that. I was like, they should just all be in a playlist. They should be in a playlist for me. YouTube should be doing this for me. On my homepage, please. But the music video was directed by Petra Collins, who we love. So I am excited. If it's on YouTube, I'll watch it later tonight. So I'm excited about that. Rosalia also did get named Woman of the Year at the Billboard Latin Women in Music ceremony recently, so that's very exciting. We will talk about Rosalia a little bit later, because she was in the new episode of Euphoria. But moving on to Lana Del Rey, Lana surprise released a new James Bond song for not a James Bond movie, but a James Bond video game, which I didn't know they made those, and I will not be playing it, but it sounded fine. I liked it fine. Definitely, Lana has had, especially in the Honeymoon album, there were a lot of songs that I think were, there was one song in particular that I think was at one point earmarked for a James Bond song that got passed up by, I don't remember if it was Adele or Billie Eilish, but they went with another song. But the whole album, Honeymoon, has a very kind of James Bond feel. And so this is kind of an extension of that. I would say that it's not like the best Bond-esque song from Lana that I've ever heard, but it is perfectly fine, especially, you know, for a music video. So, works for me. I do think that the cover art for the single is hideous. Oh, Sam Smith? Oh, then no, they fucked up. If it was the Billie one or the Adele one, that would make sense. But Sam Smith, I don't even remember what that song sounds like. Maybe I would if I heard it. But, yeah, it does kind of sound like a parody of a Bond theme. Yeah, that's what I think, like, a lot of the songs on Honeymoon sounded a little bit more subtle. They sounded a little more natural. But this one, I'm like, I guess for a video game, it's fine, right? I don't know. But I don't even know, because I hate cutscenes in video games. When I'm playing a video game, I'm there to press buttons. If a cutscene comes up, I'm trying to skip it as quickly as possible, so I don't even know where a song like this comes into play in a game, because if it happens, I'm cutting through it. But I'm sure people who love cutscenes and love video games will love it. The cover art is hideous. Just absolutely hideous. It's not even hideous necessarily. It looks like she was nominated for something at like the Grammys or the Oscars or something, and this is like a screenshot of the little compilation thing that they do of the actors and the singers at an award show. It doesn't look like a single cover art at all, but I guess that's the charm of a Lana Del Rey song. Oh, actually, I have it in my notes here. I think it's the song is in the title sequence. So I don't know. Yeah, I would just skip right through this, to be honest with you. It's the first light of day when... So yeah, that's how it's used in the game, I guess. Like that. Yeah, I wouldn't watch that. Maybe I would if I was doing it for the Lana song. But if I were just there to play a game, I'd be like, nah, I'm here to press buttons, actually. Casey Musgraves has released a new song called Middle of Nowhere. Now, I didn't talk about her last single. She didn't release a video for this new one, but she did release a video for Dry Spell. I didn't talk about it, but it was good. It was a cute little video, and I like Middle of Nowhere fine as like a song. It's cute. Oh, Meghan Trainor got canceled. I don't even know about that. Is he maybe just talking about the tour? I don't know. We're not going to watch it. But this is a cute video for Dry Spell. I'm not... You know, I'm just not a country girl in general, so this is not totally my thing. But I do like Casey Musgraves. If I was going to listen to a country album, it would be one of her albums, and the music video is cute. I do have a little bit, I grew up in a very small rural town, and when I see a sweater that looks like that, I do have a little bit of like a fight or flight response of like, oh, I'm getting away from that woman. But I know Casey Musgraves' politics enough to not feel too threatened by that. She did also perform at Coachella, and there was this kind of cool thing, which I was like, this does seem a little bit like a safety hazard, but across the like guardrails, whatever you call those on the road, they did this cool little animation style thing for her show and promoting her new single. That's cool. It does kind of seem like a driving hazard, but also at the same time, so are billboards, so what can you do? And then she also, we didn't talk about this. This was a little over a week ago, but she said that there was a UFO following her flight, which I don't know about that.
Okay, y'all, so I just got off a plane. I flew from Fort Worth to Nashville. It was me and one of my managers, Bobby. And we just had the craziest orb UFO experience. He saw it with me. This is not the first time I've seen many crazy things. I mean, literally, keep looking up. I've seen fire burning in the sky, things that I can't explain. So yeah, this is not the first time, but we just watched these orbs. There was 3 of them. I noticed them. I'm a noticer. I'm always noticing things, but I was about to lay down and take a nap, and I saw these lights that caught my eye that just didn't look normal. And I watched them for a minute, and they were definitely like trailing each other, moving. Anyways, they were about 50,000 feet up, probably. We watched them for maybe like 45 minutes. I have videos.
50,000 feet up. Maybe because she was on a flight and she kind of knows the height that she was up. I'm not sure. Or because she's apparently really into UFOs that she knows the stuff. But I'm like, I would never be able to calculate how high something is in the air. 50,000 feet up? I don't even know what that looks like, girl.
So yeah, it looks like.
If you told me that the astronauts, when they went to the moon, were 50,000 feet up, I'd be like, okay. I would just believe you.
Like I filmed on my toaster, but that's the quality. That's what we're working with. I have an iPhone 17, so like, but it was just hard to focus because they were far off and it's night time. But like, these orbs were not moving like any craft that we can control. They were intermittently coming and going, forming triangle patterns. They were kind of an orangish color. Sometimes they would get extremely bright and change color, change size. The craziest thing is, so they followed us from about Little Rock area. That's when I noticed them, all the way to Nashville. And we landed, and Bobby and I were like, oh my God, like this was insane. Anyway, the pilots, come back, open the door, whatever, and we're like, did y'all just see something weird? And they're like, 3 orbs off in the sky. And we were like, yeah. And both pilots were laughing kind of, and they were like, yeah, we've seen these every single night, and all the other pilots are seeing them too, and nobody knows what they are. And one of the pilots said, yeah, I was in New York last night and I saw him. And the other pilot said, yeah, and I was in Dallas and I saw him also. So I just made it back home, and I'm of course like, holy like, how am I gonna sleep? I just saw another one. So is anyone else seeing these out there?
Like, girl, that's what you're talking about? Just these little light flecks?
Wow. They look like boobs, but they're not.
You sure that's not just like stars or something? Like, sometimes things just look weird in the sky. Maybe it's a balloon. Maybe it's like one of those little fire lanterns. I don't know. Are they moving kind of weird? Yeah, they're moving kind of weird. Do I think that that's like an alien? Not necessarily. I mean, I guess it's a UFO in a way. It's an unidentified flying object. But what does that mean? Probably nothing. Probably nothing. But I don't know. We'll see. If Casey gets like abducted by aliens, then I apologize. My bad. Alright, Casey. You know what? If she wrote like an alien themed album though, I think I would actually be kind of down. I'd entertain it. Moving on, Olivia Rodrigo did release her new music video and her song Drop Dead. Now, as I had said previously, I have always thought that Olivia Rodrigo was very, very talented, but that I had a hard time relating to her music because it was just very young. It's a very youthful sound that she has, and it's definitely like the feelings that she is expressing are like the feelings of a very young person, a very, very young girl, a young adult, you know, like 18, 19, 20, however, she's over 21 now. How old is she? She's like 22, 23, 24. But like a young person, a very, very young person, I've had trouble kind of relating to her music, but I was hoping that now that she's a little bit older and she was kind of breaking her form a little bit with the album. The title itself is longer than any of her other album titles, and it's a different, she doesn't have purple in the album cover like she normally does, which is, these are like, oh, she's 23, okay. Be careful what you say about my adopted child. I'm not going to insult her at all. I don't have any, like, issues with her. I do think she's very talented. I think she's very good at what she does. But she is just very young. And so I was sort of hoping, with her breaking form a little bit, that she was going to put out something that was a little bit more mature to the point that, like, I could relate to it a little bit more. And that's still not totally how I feel. Even with the aesthetics here, and I don't want to, and I'm going to be careful, because I'm not saying this is like a moral judgment against her at all, but like the pastels and the outfit and everything, and like the very high angle, not super high, but like slightly high, where she's looking up at you in this video, I'm like, oh, this still is definitely kind of playing on like some youthful aesthetics for sure, and that's fine. That's absolutely fine. I'm totally down with her playing with those, but it is still creating like a barrier to me where I'm like, oh, but I still just don't feel like she's fully ascended into like the adulthood that I wanted from this song and from this video and everything. It just didn't, it wasn't a big enough change from her aesthetics for me to like be fully into it. That being said, I do like the song fine. I think that the song is good. It's very catchy, and I probably will. I mean, there are even songs like from her other albums, like Bad Idea, right? Which I would say was also very kind of like young. But I fuck with that song heavy. I love that track, and I love the video. It's great. And this song to me is similar, but it is just a little bit of like, but it wasn't quite what I was hoping for. And it does make me a little bit less excited for the album as a whole, but I am still gonna listen to it, and I probably still will appreciate it to a similar degree that I've appreciated all of her other stuff. But as Matt said, Petra Collins did direct the music video. That is true, and I think the video is great. Even if it wasn't exactly what I was looking for, it is very, very well done. Especially, I really, really like this part in here that I wanted to point out. So, like, the transition on her face, this whole thing right here, the, like, and this is very kind of Euphoria-esque, with the coloring and everything, and the kind of trippy visual effects. The way that it transitions when you do a close-up on her face, I really like the transition. And I really, really like the lighting in this next part, where it transitions to her on a bed in front of her own laptop, and that lighting is like coming from what is shown to be like a laptop screen. I don't know if it actually is. Maybe it's something else. It probably is a laptop. They probably just have like specifically like bright lights playing on the, like if I turned all the lights off in here and I had just the laptop in front of me, you would see it reflected on me. And I do think that that's really cool. And I think that a lot of directors and cinematographers are really afraid to use like screen lighting like that. You know, a lot of people, even though screens are such a huge part of our daily lives now, they don't get incorporated into visuals like this very often, and I love that. I think that looks great. The outfit to me, it is, again, it's very, very young. And there is, and I think that's fine. I think it's absolutely fine, especially because I do think that young girls are encouraged to like abandon youthful aesthetics early into their lives in a way that is just not similar to how men are. But this, of course, has prompted a lot of discourse about her like infantilizing herself or something. And I sit sort of in the middle of it where I'm like, is she infantilizing herself? Maybe a tiny bit, but I wouldn't say infantilizing. I would just say that she's embracing a youthful aesthetic. That's what I would say. She is embracing a youthful aesthetic to a degree that I think is fine, but to a degree that I also think can be a little off-putting as an older person who doesn't fully connect with her music the way that I think a lot of younger people do. And what I find a little bit odd about the discourse is the amount of people that want to defend her. Like, some people are being like, she's dressing like a baby, which I wouldn't say fully dressing like a baby, but then people are like, oh, babies don't wear Chloe pre-fall 2026. It's like, okay, yeah, is that a baby outfit? No, of course not. But you see how people are getting that, right? Like, you see that, like, there is something childish about the aesthetic. Like, we can acknowledge both. That, does it kind of look like something a baby would wear? A little bit. A little bit. Does that make it bad? No. Does that mean that she's, like, sexualizing babies? No, obviously not. But yeah, again, like, even the angle here of, like, the fact that she's looking up at you, there is definitely an aesthetic that's being played with that is childlike. And that's okay. That's something that I think women should be able to explore in their work. You know, it's fine. But it's just like, yeah, it's like, does that kind of look like, it looks sort of diaper-ish. The baby, the top does sort of look like a baby's dress. It sort of looks like that. And that's something that I think that you could say without saying that she's like sexualizing children. There's nuance to it. There's like a childlike aesthetic that is being played with, but that doesn't mean that she's doing something super weird. And then she also, because she is ultimately, she is the biological child of Taylor Swift. And so, of course, I very much, and I'm glad that she's doing it this way, to be honest with you. I'm glad that she put the music video onto YouTube initially. The video was immediately on YouTube, but there are now a lot of exclusives coming out onto these different streaming platforms. So she released a karaoke pack on Apple Music, which is cute. Doing a little karaoke version. And I appreciate this too, that like she is kind of playing to the streaming thing specifically because of the Billboard charts, but she's also making new stuff, you know? It's like a different version. So there's the karaoke stuff, then there's also now a new Spotify exclusive music video. And in addition to that, there is separately an Apple Music exclusive music video. So yeah, this is Taylor's biological child. But at least, again, she's giving you new things on all these different platforms. It's not like, oh, we're putting it onto Apple and Spotify at first, and then you have to wait for it to be on YouTube. The video was on YouTube initially, so she's kind of doing it the right way, in my opinion. But am I going to go watch these other versions on streaming? No, I'm not. Not at all. Moving on. Demi Lovato has released Low Rise Jeans, which people are saying interpolates Gimme More and Break the Ice by Britney Spears. I kind of hear it, but I don't know if it's an actual, like, credited interpolation. I haven't looked that far into it, but it could just be that they sound similar. I'm not totally sure. I'll play like a second of it. My head and my heart wanna get good to know ya, but my lips and my ears. Yeah, it definitely, it does sound a little different though, so I don't know. I mean, I guess it's an interpolation, so that it should sound a little different, but I don't know if it's like credited at all because it sounds kind of maybe just inspired, but I don't know. I do like the song. People are really definitely leaning into the 2000s nostalgia, which I think is fine. I'm not one of these people that's like, oh, everyone's doing nostalgia, there's nothing new, because I think that when you tap into the nostalgia, you can do it in a way that is doing something new. Like Slater's album is like all inspired by like music from the late 2000s and early 2010s. But it is something new. Like she is doing her own thing with it. And I think that that's part of like how music and art progresses. It's like you take a little bit from older eras and you update them and you put your own thing on it and it becomes its new thing. Everyone is always taken from older eras. I do think some of the nostalgia baiting is getting a little much. Like the fact that the song is called Low Rise Jeans. Like, yeah, I get it. It's about the 2000s and it's interpolating possibly Gimme More and Break the Ice from the 2000s. Like, okay, understood. It's a little on the nose. It's a good song though, but Demi, I don't know what is going on with her fucking team right now. But she put this image out to promote Low Rise Jeans, but this is not the image for the single cover. She has a fully different visual for the single cover. And I'm like, why is this? Just crop this a little differently. This should be the single cover, Demi. What are you doing? And then Billboard, when they were talking about this, because they did that whole podcast a while ago, where they were talking about how Demi's team was not like promoting stuff. They were not sending stuff to radio. They were not putting her onto late night shows. They did not get her a spot on like the VMAs or anything. Her team was really dropping the ball with the promotion, which seems to be continuing. And fucking Billboard, when they were reviewing the song, they said has the type of production that screams for commercial radio airplay. And it does feel a little bit like Billboard is still crying out of like, Demi, please promote the album. This person wrote, I'm not even being funny at this point. I feel like industry resources are almost advocating for her because they see she's been severely mistreated by her label and these news outlets are confused why she's not taking off with such good material. And yeah, fully, like, the album was good. The album was good. And I keep forgetting about it. I keep forgetting that I enjoyed the album because she hasn't really been promoting it much. And I'm like on social media looking at all these other pop stars who are doing more shit, who are reminding me more often that I liked their music. And Demi keeps just like kind of disappearing. I forget that she even fucking released an album last year. But she is coming out with a deluxe now. It's called It's Not That Deep Unless You Want It to Be, which is the correct title. I'm glad that they nailed that one. If it was named anything else, they would have made a severe mistake. But I'm happy. I would say like maybe this will revitalize the album era, but it's like, well, this comes out in 4 days and she's not. Oh, thank you. So sweet. This comes out in 4 days and she's barely even promoted it. Like, Demi, please, please. But she did, she started her new tour recently. She also canceled one of her dates. I don't remember which one, but I think like the opening date she canceled to postpone the opening for the tour. But she's on tour now. So here she was in Orlando with Joe Jonas. So that's very exciting. But then I saw people being so excited, like, yay, she's doing something with Joe Jonas. And it's like, well, didn't she come out on the Jonas Brothers tour a few months ago too? So it's like, we've already seen this, you know? It's not like new nostalgia bait in this instance. We already saw her doing something with Joe and the rest of the Jonas Brothers. But something that was very exciting, she didn't come out onto stage, but Selena Gomez was at the show in Orlando, and she had an It's Not That Deep hoodie. Love to see it. You know, I'm not the most invested in these women's careers. They're not like my top girls, but I watched Disney Channel as a kid. I am somewhat invested in their previous friendship. I have always been very sad that they could not maintain a friendship, and it's very, very sweet to me that they seem to have mended whatever issues that they had before. So Selena posted onto Instagram later that night, "I am in tears. Demi Lovato was hands down one of the best shows. Oh, and the vocals, psh, blown away." And then they took photos together. Because them as little babies. And here they are as adults. Oh, I love it. It's so cute. Back when they were on Barney together. Oh my god. I'm glad. And then they also refollowed each other on Instagram. Now, moving on, we have some other new music and some other fucking nostalgia bait. So, Tyla and Zara Larsson, as we already knew, they were kind of teasing a collab together. It did come out this last week. It's called She Did It Again. For the whole video is very, like, kind of Britney inspired, very 2000s, which is fine. It is a little heavy-handed where I'm like, I don't feel like they're doing a whole lot new with it. It feels like just kind of a carbon copy of some music videos that you would see from that era. So that's one thing. But then, of course, because it's called She Did It Again, there has to be a Britney reference. Listen, I understand that this is probably just me being, like, weird about the fact that it's Britney, because I'm such a huge Britney fan. But I am just a little sick of people just, like, bringing her up as, like, this 2000s nostalgia thing. Like, she gets referenced so often, and I understand why, because she is, like, one of the most iconic pop stars that's ever fucking existed. And I'm glad that she is kind of getting that respect, but at some point it just kind of feels a little cheap. Especially here where it's like, I don't even think that this works syllabically in the song. Like, not even, I don't think, it doesn't. It's such a forced lyric. I just don't love it. It's fine. It's not, like, insulting to Britney at all. I could do without it. But, like, and here too, it's like, this so looks like a Slave For You music video. It's like everyone's just still reheating her nachos. But it's fine. The song is okay. It is kind of obvious, though. Like, Tyla is so good at doing this kind of, like, sultry thing, and Zara looks good, but it is a little bit like, do you remember the video phone music video with Beyonce and Gaga? Like, Beyonce is so in her zone of what she's doing, and then Gaga is there just kind of, like, floundering a little bit in, like, a cool way, in a fun camp way. But it is a little bit like that with Zara, where it's like Tyla is so in her bag and Zara is trying. But it's cute. The song is okay. Yeah, like, Tyla is fucking the camera. And then Zara has announced a Midnight Sun remix album where she's gonna do, like, remixes with other artists, similar to what Pink Pantheress did, similar to what Charlie did. And she's doing it all with female collaborators. So she did this little kind of map thing for, I guess, where all these different women are from, which is real cute. And it's going to come out on May 1st. So pretty soon. And these are some of the, like, possible ones. So Midnight Sun with Pink Pantheress, that one seems to be confirmed, essentially. Blue Moon with Demi Lovato, Pretty Ugly with Doechii, Girls Girl with Amelia, Crush with Eli, Euro Summer with Ina and Alexandra Stan. Hot and Sexy with Tyla, The Ambition, We Don't Know. Saturn's Return with Tate McRae. And Puss Puss with We Do Not Yet Know. So that's exciting. Love that. We also had a new single from JT, which the single was like fine. Whatever, but this is for her new solo debut album. I don't know if this is the cover of the album, but I love this photo. And so I just wanted to show this. This looks incredible. And the song was okay. Now, with, there was another song that came out on New Music Friday. And I don't want to be mean, but I do think this is one of the worst songs that I've seen any of the girls release in a very long time. And I don't want to say anything against the artist, because I'm not that familiar with her work. I've seen a few of her songs. I've heard a few of her songs before. The songs are okay. I do think she's a very talented performer. I do think she's a great dancer. History and ballet, and it is very well used in many of her visual performances. However, this song from Adele, KGB, it's just not good. Like, I don't know, maybe other people like it, maybe I'm too harsh on it, maybe it'll grow on me, but I can't stand it. Some of the visuals I think are cute. I do like the little, like, pink pubes. But, it's so fucking cringy to me. The way that she sings it, I get that it's kind of like a campy way of singing it, but I don't love it. I think the lyrics are kind of dumb. So it's called KGB in reference to, like, the KGB. But it's not really even about that. It's about her training herself to become a pop star? So she says, staring at a TV screen till I got bloody eyes, just a little European girl was plotting on my rise, 18 immigrated, yeah, a star in the making. No, I'm not being cocky, I just worked my whole life. You want a pop star with a big bra for them big hits, which I do kind of like that line of a big bra for them big hits, that's funny. But all this, like, it's very kind of like, just show, don't tell, girl. You don't need to tell me how good of a pop star you are, just show me. Show me. I want to pop off so these big mouths can't say shit. I was like 8 working the night shift to learn English. I'm like a spy. I studied this shit. Call me the KG bitch. And the way that okay, let me play a little bit of it. I don't know what's going on with this choreography here. This was a little odd. Just a little awkward, but okay, let me play it.
Can't say shit. I was like 8 working the night shift.
Okay, wait. Let me go forward a little bit. I don't want to play too much of it all at once because of, the copyright.
Call me the KG, bitch. Call me the KG. I'm like a spy. I studied this shit. Call me the KG.
I can't deal with it. Maybe it'll grow on me. Maybe I'm too harsh right now, but every time I hear it, I'm like, oh, it's giving me, like, secondhand embarrassment. I do like the bridge a lot. I don't know, man. I don't know.
KG, call me the KG, call me the KG.
I can't. But I do think she's very talented, and I like some of her other songs, and I hope that she does well. I can't deal with this song. Because she also ends it, so, like, obviously there is just sort of a weird kind of political implication of aligning yourself with the KGB, but She says, growing up in Slovakia, it was impossible to escape the harmful influence of the Soviet Union. It's like, KGB and its video are not an endorsement of the organization or their actions, but an acknowledgement of where I'm from. The KGB was definitely dissolved when you were born. Like, Adela is like a very young person. She did not grow up under the KGB or the Soviet Union. I mean, sure, like, there maybe she was affected by the influence of it. But it is still a somewhat strange way to identify yourself, given your age. But she does end it with, I do not support the Russian government and stand with the people of Ukraine. And like, okay, good, I'm glad to hear it. But if you need to do a title screen like this, I feel like, I don't know, maybe you just shouldn't have done it? And not that I'm like offended by it at all. It's just like, when you need to explain yourself like this, it's like, was it worth it? Couldn't you have done like a different kind of rhyme? Especially, I don't know, I just feel like if you're gonna put the KGB as like the title of the song, I would want some sort of like commentary or something about the KGB or the Soviet Union or something like that. Like, I would want it to feel more historically relevant and not just being about how you're studying to be a pop star. I don't know. It just felt like very unsubstantive to me in a way. And I don't think the song's very good. But I think that she's good. I mean, I do kind of like the I like the pink. I like the like pink milk and stuff. And I like the bridge. I like the bridge. I think the bridge is very good. And there's some good editing. I can't take that song seriously. I'm so sorry. Now, a song I can take seriously. Broke Bitch Freestyle by Slater, which is out now. Love it. This is a song that people have known that it existed for a while, but she had never released it. But now it's like a bonus track. I don't know. I guess it's like a separate thing of Worst Girl in America. I haven't looked, I guess, on streaming to see if she added it like to that track list, because sometimes they do that. But I don't know if there's another like deluxe edition of the album coming at some point, or if this is just a one-off, but I love it. It's fantastic. Especially, it's very good in headphones. If you got headphones, you gotta listen to it in headphones, because the production on it is very good. Pink Panthers is also teasing a music video for Girl Like Me. It looks real cute. I love that she's still promoting this album. And then there is some stuff. So Gaga and Doechii released Runway last week, but Doechii is indicating that there is more coming with the two of them. So this is her on the red carpet.
I don't want to say too much because we have more to come, me and Gaga, but it was amazing working with her. She is an angel. She is truly a master at her craft. And I hope everybody is enjoying Runway. She's so fabulous. She inspired me so much with this record. So I'm just grateful. I don't want to say too much because...
So she said that, and then she also... I'm confused about what it is they have coming, because she also said in a different interview...
Gaga is the fashion girl, the pop star, and so I feel like this is in our lane. I'm so excited for all of the stuff me and Gaga have coming up next as well. So Monsters, get ready. Swamp, get ready. We have so many looks coming. I'm excited. I mean, Gaga is the fashion.
So she said we have so many looks coming. So I'm like, do you have more music coming, or is it just like stuff with fashion? I'm interested in both, but I just want to be clear. I want to adjust my expectations to what it is. But there must be a lot of stuff brewing at the moment, because so at the last Mayhem Ball, I didn't see this while we were live, but I saw later that she teased the Mayhem Requiem thing, and that, I mean, people were excited that she acknowledged it, I guess, but it said coming soon. which it said on her website for a while now, so it's like there's no new information. All we know is that like it's still coming, but there's no date or anything. I would love a date. Would really love a date. Oh yeah, maybe it's music videos, possibly. But I like, can we be clear about that? That like maybe there's a music video for Runway coming. Don't make me think that there's more songs possibly coming, but maybe there are. Maybe there's both. I don't know. But so Mayhem Requiem, it's coming soon. We have no date, which is a little frustrating, but sure, fine, coming soon. But then also, so this is Benjamin Wortmans? I don't know how to say it. But someone who does fashion stuff, he was talking about collaborating with Gaga and said this.
So I sent her gifts and the jacket she bought, whatsoever. And then she takes half of the collection without telling me to her LA house because she wanted to perform in it in her Mayhem Ball in LA. She's doing 7 nights in a row, which I don't think she wore anything at the moment. Yes, some stuff were worn, but it's all on contract with Apple. So Apple Music has a contract with me that I don't know when it's gonna come out, but she filmed stuff with Apple Music.
Yeah.
It's a commercial video.
Okay.
So a commercial video, everything that has been worn or whatsoever, the people that created the things have to sign a contract that
Wait, she made a music video with your clothes?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's an Apple Music thing. I don't know what happened. But I signed the thing, so it's gonna come out one day. So I sent her gift.
I was initially like, oh, that must be something to do with the Mayhem Requiem thing, because that's coming out on Apple Music. But then I was seeing people who were at that show saying that, like, well, but she didn't wear anything that that he made. So I don't know if there's now a separate Apple Music thing happening. I don't know. I'm trying not to get my hopes up too much about all this shit that may or may not be coming out. And I'm just gonna count on the Requiem show. But maybe there's other stuff? I don't know. Maybe it's related to the Devil Wears Prada 2. The premiere was today. I saw Gaga was at the red carpet earlier. So maybe it's all related to that? I don't know. Sorry, who is this and how do they have this info? This is like an artist who I guess made, he was saying pieces, because he's like also like a fashion designer, so I'm assuming this is, did he say clothes specifically, or am I just like inferring that? Oh yeah, many outfits. So yeah, he made clothes for Gaga that he's saying that he signed off on to be used for Apple Music for something. But maybe it is for the Requiem show. I don't know. But there's things happening. There's also some maybe things happening with Beyonce and her Act 3. So Hayley Williams was asked if she is on Act 3, which, as we have long kind of presumed, is a rock album. Or a rock-inspired album, similar to how Cowboy Carter is a country-inspired album. Renaissance is like a disco album. It does seem like Act 3 will be some sort of rock album. And there have long been rumors that Hayley Williams might be on the album. And when asked about it, she says, I don't know if I am or not. You might know before I do. And it's like, girl, did you record vocals? I know you can't say anything, but what do you mean you don't know? Did you record something? Here's the thing, though, with this Beyonce album. I have been looking forward to this album since the whole like project was announced and it became fairly obvious that a rock album was coming, because I love it when the girls get into rock music. And this was the album I was looking forward to the most. I need Beyonce to hurry up. I need Act 3 to come out soon. And not just Act 3. There's like visuals and stuff that she hasn't released from Renaissance and from Cowboy Carter that we fucking know she filmed, that for some reason she hasn't released yet. And people have said that maybe it was like, maybe she wants to put them all out in like a package thing when Act 3 drops. Maybe that's part of the plan. And maybe that's why also the Renaissance tour film that she put out in theaters and then never released on streaming, maybe that's why she's holding that. Maybe it's all going to come out at once. I need it to happen soon, Beyonce. Because let's be honest, it does seem like shit might be going down with your husband kind of soon. Things that may drag you down as well. I don't know what's going on with all that, but there's some writing on the wall that maybe Beyonce was complicit in some stuff, and I would just rather that I get the album before any of that comes out, because I don't want to know when I listen to the album. I need it now. This is the thing with, like, Katy Perry. Katy Perry's music, if she gets outed as, like, a terrible person, that's fine. I don't need to listen to Katy Perry's music anymore. Beyonce, that one's gonna hurt. That one's really, really gonna hurt. So, like, hurry it up. Get it in my streaming platforms right now so I can at least enjoy it for a few fucking months. Before I find out whatever it is your husband did and whatever it is you helped him get away with. I don't want to know when I listen to the album. Especially if Hayley Williams is going to be on it. That's going to make me so sad. Chop chop. Now, Charlie XCX, if Beyonce's not going to give us a rock album, has decided to step up to the plate and give us one. So she started working on a new album. She said, I think the dance floor is dead, so now we're making rock music. People are, of course, taking that. There's now controversy around this statement, and people are acting like she's saying that dance music is dead for everybody. Which I don't think is what she meant. I think she just meant for her own music, that the dance floor is dead. But I think this is kind of the problem with, like, what happened with Brat, where Charlie kind of got held up as this, like, arbiter for cool or something. So now if she says that the dance floor is dead in reference to her own album, people are now taking that as hers being like, we're all done making dance music now, which I don't think is what she meant. But people are getting a little much about it. So John Summit reacted to her statement and said, maybe your pop dance floor is dead, but ours isn't, babe. And it's like, weren't you trying to get a collab with her, like, last year? And she ignored you? Is that why you're upset maybe a little bit? Maybe? I don't know. John Summit's been kind of shady to the girls before. He was shady to Britney at one point, too. So I understand a lot of the girls are big fans of him and his music. I get it. But I am side-eyeing him a little bit. But I like what this person says. She should solve this PR problem by clarifying that the floor she was calling dead is the dance floor used by ballerinas, as well as the floors of opera venues. Yeah, that'll go well. But I'm very excited about this new album. I think it's going to be great. She recorded it apparently during Paris Fashion Week. It says her yet-to-be-released album was recorded during Paris Fashion Week in October of 2025 amid parties with Jacob Elordi and Alex Consani and 6 a.m. afters at the apartment of a young French philosopher. We knew it would be this very hectic, rich time, and we like creating in this atmosphere. The singer tells British Vogue of dressing for the studio to see how a 90s minimal and demule and mystere, I don't know how to say that, I'm too uncultured, cut can make you record a song differently. I mean, that sounds fantastic. 6 a.m. after parties? Perfect. Perfect. I love it. And now another announcement. Someone who the dance floor is absolutely not dead for, Ms. Madonna. Now, we haven't, I've been kind of, I haven't put any updates about Madonna's shit in here for the whole year, but there's been some stuff happening with her for a bit, like just little things here and there, things that I've been noticing. So she did this bridal lingerie line with Dolce & Gabbana, which I just fucking loved, and I decided not to put it into any of the streams previously because I was like, I'm gonna wait till she starts making announcements about music and then we can talk about this. And I would have liked to just have pulled it up on her Instagram, but she's wiped her Instagram, so I can't do that now. But look at how cool she looks. I love it. Oh, just fantastic. But yeah, she wiped her Instagram a little bit ago, which is when you know that it's getting serious. And she announced Confessions 2, a sequel to her album Confessions on a Dance Floor, which I'm very excited about. I'm not like the biggest Madonster, and not like decisively so. She has a very large backlog. She has a very big discography that I've always been a little intimidated by. So I've never gone through like the entire collection of her work. But I would like to. I would like to like really educate myself on Madonna's history more than I have in the past. So if you guys want to leave any Madonsters in the audience, if you write it in the chat, I'm probably not going to see it or remember it. But if once the VOD is published, if you want to just leave some comments about like where do I start? What albums do I start with? I already like, of all her albums, Confessions on a Dance Floor is the one that I was already the most familiar with, because I knew that it was like an album that was like a dance album, and I knew that it is an album where every song kind of like leads into the other. It's supposed to be kind of like a DJ set, which when I found that out years ago, I was like, oh, absolutely, I want to listen to that. So Confessions on a Dance Floor is the Madonna album that I'm the most familiar with in the first place. So the fact that she's doing a sequel to that, I'm like, oh, thank God. This is exactly, she's meeting me where I've already met her. I'm very excited. One of the songs has been released, which we'll talk about in a second. But the art direction for the album is also the same art direction for the Brat album and the Lux album and whatever this is. Leaky Lee's cover of the After Party. I'm not super familiar with that one, admittedly, but incredible visuals. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm very excited. Now, moving on to another pop star who's teasing a new album. Ariana Grande is also starring in the new Father-in-Law movie, which will be out on November 25th. We've already released a trailer for it. I can probably play a little bit, but sometimes they do get a little bit picky with the trailers for copyright for some reason. It's like they don't want me to advertise their movies.
Hello. Hey. The old machine. It's funny to be on the outside. Used to being in the hot seat.
Would you like to ask me some questions, Greg?
Okay, Olivia, do you think I hold Henry emotionally hostage?
I mean, yeah. You call him Wee Wee?
Wee Wee?
What is that, like a joke about his Wee Wee?
Oh, nope, no jokes about Henry's little penis. I mean, not little. You probably have more up-to-date info on it. I haven't seen it for a while, so... Dad, please stop talking. All right.
So that looks cute. And she is also teasing a new album. So she posted this recently.
What? You're excited? Something that is full of life and growing through the cracks of something cold and hard and challenging. Is there something?
I love.
Something, right?
Can you calm down?
So that'll be fun. And then Selena Gomez also, I guess, is being reported to... She's set to star in a new 4-hour film about American mysticism and occult history from the director of The Brutalist, which I never saw, but it was an Oscar award-winning film. So that's exciting. I'll see that. But moving on to Coachella, the final Coachella shows. So they've announced the ticket prices for next year's Coachella. They have not announced the lineup yet. I don't know if they plan on doing that before the tickets go on sale, or if people will just be buying these with no knowledge of who the new acts will be. But if you want to get your tickets for Coachella, be prepared to put down at least $600. Tickets will start at $600 for weekend one, and $549 for weekend two. So it's a little cheaper for weekend two, even though this last Coachella, weekend two was definitely like the place to be. If that continues for next year, I think you really do actually want to get this weekend two ticket. But I guess we don't even know who's performing yet, so I don't know. Good luck. Now, this year, on weekend two, Anima did finally give their performance. This is a hologram right here, and I just wanted to point that out just so that Charlize Theron knows that you can do a non-human live act in real life. There you go. It does look pretty cool. Casey Musgraves she performed. She arrived on horseback, which is cool, I guess. Slater opened with Broke Bitch. That was cool. Pink Pantheress. There was some sort of lookalike contest on her birthday, which is, I think, a day after she performed. She performed and then turned 25 the next day. God, she's so fucking young. I always forget. Zara Larsson did come out to do Midnight Sun during Pink Pantheress' set. That was cool. And then Addison Rae brought out Olivia Rodrigo. They did Drop Dead together. They also did a little bit of Headphones together. And then the one that I was really excited about, the guest spot that I was like, oh my fucking god. FKA Twigs brought out Rico Nasty after Rico asked her to unblock her. I don't know, maybe that was all set up. Maybe that was all staged. Maybe they knew that Rico was going to come out and they wanted a story out of it. Or maybe it really happened like this, where Rico asked to be unblocked and Twigs said, would you like to come on stage? I don't know, but I love it. And I hope they do more stuff together. Wow, what a moment. And then also, once again, shout out to the Strokes. I didn't know they got down like this. Again, I really only know Julian Casablancas from that fucking SNL sketch. But this was very cool. They had a whole thing on their screens, a lot of messages about like the CIA and government cover-ups and stuff about Israel and the genocide in Gaza and the war in Iran. A lot of political messages. Now, I've seen a lot of people say that, like, oh, Coachella's never going to invite them back after this. And even this news story says, Coachella organizers have not issued a public statement on the set and did not immediately respond to a request for comment. I gotta be honest, I think people are making too much of what Coachella thinks about this. I really don't think they care. For one thing, all of that stuff that goes up on the screen, that's all programmed where someone from Coachella absolutely is going to know what they're putting up. It's not just like a random thing. There's no way that stuff ended up on those screens without people from Coachella knowing about it, first of all. Second of all, the fact that we all saw it, I mean, anyone who watched the Strokes set saw it, implies that, like, the people running the like, camera switching also didn't see a problem with it. Because they absolutely could have just closed up on Julian Casablancas. They could have cut to shots of the crowd if they wanted to. They did not need to show the entire stage with all those political messages if they were that against it. I just don't... I don't think that they cared that much. And it's not like... Maybe... Does Coachella have a history of trying to shut stuff like this down? Because, I mean, last year, Green Day also said stuff about Palestine during their set. So I think that they kind of are aware, especially, like, why... If they were that concerned about it, I don't know why they would book Green Day in the first place. Or a lot of other acts that are pretty political. You know? I don't think that they care that much. And I even saw people saying, like, oh my god, Coachella has copyright striked all of the videos on Twitter of their performances. And I was like, yeah, they do that for every performance. I mean, you can go back to last week's stream. Pretty much everything was copyright struck by the time we were doing this stream. So that's normal. I don't think it had anything to do with any political messages. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But I think that the way that these events work, I can't imagine Coachella was shocked. I just can't imagine it. But good on the Strokes. Very cool of them. Yeah, good job. Good job, Julian Casablancas and the other people who make up the Strokes. I don't know any of your names. I apologize. Now, moving on to our headliners. This was kind of cool. I can't play too much of this because the music is in the background, but the the whole little teaser that Sabrina did that I showed last week of the little car driving up, it was made by like one woman, and she gave a little behind the scenes of how she made it. I just thought it was very cool.
Creating depth with texture and force perspective. Then it was time to animate. I used laser pointers for the taillights, which was honestly one of the most challenging aspects, lighting them up frame by frame with the car.
Very, very cool.
The desert was...
Look at her go. God, women are amazing. And then this week, instead of Susan Sarandon doing that little speech thing, she brought out Gina Davis, so Thelma and Louise. Very cool. I was more present for this one. I was like, okay, I'm going to pay attention to what she's saying this time. So I got the story a lot more. Thought it was great. Yeah, very exciting. Very cool to see. And then instead of Will Ferrell, Sabrina brought out Terry Crews, who did sing a little bit of 1,000 Miles by Vanessa Carlton, which, you know, a little shticky in a way, but at the same time, very cool to hear the entire audience singing to 1,000 Miles by Vanessa Carlton, because that is an iconic song. But then, of course, the big moment of the night, she brought out Madonna, which there had been some... There was a leak prior. One of the dancers did let it out that Madonna would be appearing on week 2. So I was expecting it. I was very excited. I had been sitting there. I was on my Nintendo Switch because I recently, they did an update for Animal Crossing at the beginning of the year. And so they now allow you to pretty much wipe your island without having to restart the island. So I've been redoing my island, just so everybody knows. So I was like, well, I've already seen the first set. I'll kind of like, stuff that seems like it's new, I'll pay attention to that, but other than that, I need to work on my island. I have a lot to do. Okay, I have a new hotel that I have to worry about as well. They added a hotel feature to the game. So I have to redo my island, I have to worry about the hotel. I'm a very busy woman. Like Sabrina Carpenter. So I was on my Switch the second she did it as a Juno pose. She was singing Juno, and then she said, have you ever tried this one? And then all of a sudden you hear, like the Vogue opening, and I was holding my Switch and I went, and then my Switch fell onto the couch, so it was fine. Everything was fine. But I was so happy. I was shook. It went on they did 3 songs. They did Vogue, then they did the new song, I Feel So Free, which is from the new album. It is now on streaming. You can go listen to it. It's very good. And then they also did Like a Prayer, which a lot of people were being like, oh, that's a weird song for them to do together. They should have done something from Confessions, which, okay, I kind of agree with, but at the same time, they sounded so good together. Like, I didn't know that Sabrina Carpenter would sound that good singing Like a Prayer, but she does. She sounded incredible. Their voices together, it was so much better than I could have ever even imagined. It was so fucking cool. And then a lot of the items from Madonna's outfit was significant to the last time that she performed at Coachella when she was promoting Confessions on a Dance Floor. So kind of full circle, but she posted earlier today, she said, still riding high since Friday night at Coachella. Thank you to Sabrina and everyone who made it possible. Bringing Confessions 2 back to where it began was such a thrill. This full circle moment hit different until I discovered that the vintage pieces that I wore went missing. My costume that was pulled from my personal archives, jacket, corset, dress, and all other garments. These aren't just clothes, they are a part of my history. Other archival items from the same era went missing as well. I'm hoping and praying that some kind soul will find these items and reach out to my team. And then she gave her email address, which is just a Gmail address. I'm offering a reward for their safe return. Thank you with all my heart. Who the fuck stole those pieces? That's crazy. Like, after she wore them on stage? What the hell? So if anyone has any knowledge, please reach out. It is important. Madonna was also in the crowd later. I think this was dancing to the Anima set, but oh, look at her go. So cute. So yeah, Sabrina's show was awesome. She also, leaves the show in this little car, and I'm so fucking confused. How is this car driving? Because I don't think she's driving it. The way that it shows her in the car at the end, and she goes, no hands there. The way that she's driving it at the end, I'm like, she's not driving that fucking car. But I was like, oh, it must be being pulled by someone. But when I'm seeing it from this angle, I don't see anything pulling it. How is this car being driven? Is it like remote controlled? Like what? Because that's just simply not how a car drives too. Like the consistency of the speed and everything, it doesn't make sense. And it's not on a track. I don't know. It doesn't even matter. It literally matters not a lick. But yeah, it must be remotely controlled. How do you get a remote to control something that big though? I don't know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But so we move on to night 2, the headliner being Justin Bieber, of course. Now, something I do find kind of interesting, I saw some people complaining about how far the barricade was from the stage last week, but I didn't realize how much. Like, there's just this huge open space. And I don't remember him really even using that open space during the show. But yeah, it is very far, which is just kind of interesting because I feel like the show was so, there was such a feeling of like an intimate connection with Justin, but literally the fucking crowd is so far from the stage. So it is very not intimate, but also still very intimate. But maybe that's a testament to his talent as a performer, that he could make it feel intimate even while the crowd was like a mile away from him. But he was still on his laptop for the show. This is from chess.com. It's not real. It's a meme. But he did do some stuff on his laptop. He didn't play a whole lot. He played his songs again from the laptop, but he didn't play a whole lot of extra videos like he did last week. He did, because I was excited. Here's the thing too, is like I was clowning on him a little bit last week, but I was fucking exhausted on Saturday. I was so goddamn tired. I spent the entire night. I usually stay up till like 4 a.m. anyway. But on Saturday, I was ready for bed at like 11 o'clock. I was like, I need to go to bed right now. I'm just too fucking tired. I'm sleepy. I'm eepy. I want to go to bed. But I didn't. I stayed up because I was like, but I can't not know what that man does tonight. I have to see it, and I have to see it live. So I stayed up. And at 2:30 or whenever it started, it was like 2 or 2:30, I was on my Animal Crossing island in front of the TV listening to Justin Bieber. Now, I will say, I still think that a lot of it was a little boring. And it's not even the laptop stuff. The laptop stuff threw me last week because I was like, I just did not expect this. I didn't know that we were going to be just watching his videos from a laptop. I didn't know that we were going to be watching I didn't know we were going to be watching Double Rainbow. Didn't think that that was the vibe. Didn't think that's what would be happening on the Coachella main stage. So it threw me. But the next week I was like, I want to see what videos he brings up this time. I was like the part that I was looking forward to the most. And so he didn't do, because I was like, what little like random old YouTube videos is he gonna watch? Like, we're gonna do Charlie the Unicorn, we're gonna do Shoes, we're gonna do, I don't know, what else is from that time? What was that guy? The kid who went to the dentist, like, lot of options. I want to see what Justin pulls up. He did pull up the one video, non-like music related video that he pulled up was the apparently kid, which that was really cute. He pulled it up for a second and then was like, all right, and then went back to music. So I thought that was a little bit tighter than last week, because last week it went on for a little long, where I was like, it was like D's Nuts, then Double Rainbow, then I feel like something else too. It just was like a little bit of like Huh. Is he gonna perform a song anytime soon, or is this just what we're doing? This time it was a little tighter. I do still think that the set list was a little lacking in terms of the overemphasis on the Swag album, because the songs just they're not exciting to me. I don't think that they're bad songs, and I think he sounded great. Like, his voice really is very, very good. I thought that he sounded great, but it's just not the kind of music that I want to, like, pay attention to enough to, like, watch a performance of. So I did find that part still very boring. And I do wish that he played some of the other, like, hit songs that he was pulling up on his laptop. I wish he just played them for longer. I would have liked to have heard the entirety of Baby. I would have liked to hear the entirety of Sorry and all those other songs that I actually know, because I'm not a belieber. I am a casual, I wouldn't even say fan, I'm just a person that knows the hits of Justin Bieber because he's very, very famous. So there are songs that I would have liked to have seen him do, like, a full rendition of. But, okay, I guess this was kind of geared more toward the believers. And he did this time bring out, there were a few guests. There was Big Sean, there was Sexy Red, there was Dijon, and there was also SZA, who I guess commented or tweeted or something last week, if one more person asks me, am I going to the desert, I'ma fucking lose it. Well, she went to the desert. She went to the desert for Justin, which is pretty exciting, especially because Nicki had been tweeting in support of Justin, like, all week after he played a little bit of Beauty and a Beat during the last week's show. And then after he brought out SZA, she went and fucking deleted the tweets of her praising Justin. So, you know, Justin is on the right side of history for that one. But the person that was the most exciting for me to see come out, and she didn't even perform, she didn't sing anything, but Billie Eilish during One Less Lonely Girl. So if you don't know, years ago when Justin was still like a teen pop star, when One Less Lonely Girl, the song, came out, during his tours, he used to bring out, like, he would bring one girl from the audience onto the stage and he would sing to them and, like, give them roses and stuff and serenade them. So this was like a very well established thing of his shows. Billie was his One Less Lonely Girl this time, which was super, super cute because Billie is a believer, and it does seem like she had no fucking clue. I really don't think that she knew that this was going to happen. It seems like she was literally pushed by Haley, Justin's wife. So this is, like, from the audience. I can't play the audio. But there's her with Haley right there. And I don't know if maybe that's the moment that Haley tells her, like, you're gonna be the One Less Lonely Girl this time. But then she seems to kind of realize at this moment. And then Haley pushes her out. And there she is on stage. Oh my god. I just felt so happy for her. And you can tell there's no way she knew. Watch her. Look how, like, she loses control of her legs. Just so cute. And yeah, if you didn't know, Billie was, like, she was a real believer. She was a believer the way that I'm, like, a little monster. So this is little kid Billie with her Justin Bieber posters and her strange dress. Somewhat recently, she also revealed her first ever likes on Instagram, which were all just photos of Justin Bieber. This is also an old video of her.
Justin Bieber thing. things, I was like crying so hard. Because I'm worried that when I get a boyfriend, I won't want to be with him because I actually love Justin Bieber more. And I can't. So many Justin Bieber.
She's so cute. Look at that dog too. It's a cute dog. I think she also, I don't know when this was, but this was, I mean, I guess this would have been after Hailey Bieber married Justin Bieber. So when Billie was 17, she cried because Hailey Bieber started using the surname Bieber on her social media. She said, someone informed me that Hailey Baldwin changed her Instagram to Hailey Bieber and IDKY, but that really hit me. And look, she is full fucking crying. And now she's crying again on her Instagram, saying, can't stop crying after her surprise little moment with Justin on stage. And then her mom also posted, this was really cute. She said, one of the most touching moments ever. It sounds crazy, but we watch our children develop these deep, deep connections to artists who move them, and usually there's nothing in our power to do. But we buy them records and maybe buy them a ticket to a concert, or a movie of a concert in our case, because we couldn't afford to see an actual concert. Watching this crazy, unimaginable dream come true over many years is so incredible. I'm so grateful to Justin Bieber for the kindness he has shown Billie and to our whole family, and to Hailey, who makes so many things wonderful and possible. Yeah, it was really sweet. And it was also, I don't have much of an opinion on Justin Bieber or Hailey Bieber. I know that there's a lot of drama with the fact that, like, Hailey used to be a big fan of Justin. She was also a believer, so there's some, like, power stuff there of, like, she just really was in love with him and then he swooped her up, and there have been indications before that he doesn't always treat her the best. But I don't know. I'll probably change my mind at some point the second that he does something else to her that's rude, but during the concert, I was like, oh, I'm rooting for them. I hope they make it. And she is so fucking beautiful. Oh my god. And she seems sweet. She seems nice. So I don't know. Maybe I'm a believer now. I believe. I believe. And then Blake Lively posted onto her Instagram stories this, like, video of someone else talking about Justin's performance. She says, with the most thoughtful breakdown of a beautiful and intensely criticized life in the public eye from childhood to adulthood, so many people we loved have been hurt and never come back to themselves. We watch it happen every time, and the collective looks back when it's too late with empathy that was missing at the time. Shocked everyone treated someone's most painful days as entertainment, but that isn't behind us. It happens daily. It makes money. It gets clicks, followers, virality. The collective often unintentionally ravaging the health of an entertainer because everyone feels a right to them for being in the public eye. Seeing Justin Bieber meet that with healing was stunning. There were many incredible performances for different reasons, jaw-dropping in their own right. What a beautiful time to witness the different works and, most importantly, the humanity of these artists go down as one of the greatest of the 21st century. And, like, yeah, I mean, I think that Justin has definitely done stuff that I don't love, but he also did grow up in the public eye since he was, like, a kid, and I was very clearly preyed on by a lot of people. Katy Perry also has some shit where, like, I think she, at one point, there's a video or a photo of her grabbing Justin Bieber's ass, and a lot of other people have been creepy and weird with him. I mean, there was a whole time where, like, grown-ass women were talking about having Bieber fever when he was, like, 15. So he grew up in the public eye in a way that has to be incredibly damaging to your psyche. And I hope that he is on a journey of healing, and I hope that he is becoming a better person, a better man, better husband, better father, whatever. I don't know much about his relationship with his kid, but, like, there definitely was a moment, especially last year, when it seems like he was not doing well. And that doesn't necessarily make for a great parenting situation. But last this last week had me rooting for him. I hope that he is doing well, and I hope that he is genuinely healing from whatever traumas he has. Now, of course, Swifties had to make this about Taylor Swift immediately. So Blake Lively defending Justin Bieber's Coachella performance is crazy. How are you friends with Taylor Swift and still supporting the man who sided with Scooter Braun and Kanye to bully her? Can she not feel a little bit of, like, humanity toward another person for a second? I mean, Travis Kelce also liked something of Justin Bieber's on Instagram recently, too. So I don't think that Taylor is that actively upset at Justin. And also, Justin left Scooter Braun recently. Yes, he did play a part in the Snakegate stuff. He did post some stuff that was mocking of Taylor. That was fucked up. But he also was being managed by Scooter. Scooter had been his manager since he was a fucking kid. Like, in some ways, I think Justin was groomed by Scooter Braun and by other people in the industry, even if it wasn't, like, sexually. But, you know, there are other ways to be groomed. He has come out from under the thumb of Scooter Braun in the last few years. I think that in itself shows that there are changes happening in his life, and he maybe is not the person that made fun of Taylor back in, 2015, 2016? It is okay to let things go sometimes. And again, like, Travis was liking things of Justin's on Instagram, so if Taylor is that upset about it, I think that she can speak to her husband before she needs to worry about what Blake Lively posted on her Instagram story. While Blake is definitely fairly sensitive right now to the subject of, like, public scrutiny. Ay. And then our other headliner, Karol G. So her streaming numbers have really soared in the US after her Coachella performance, which is great to see. She also announced her tour at the end of her set. So that's awesome. I think that should do very well because she did have a great set. But then again, people are also doing this, like, thing where they think that Coachella is, like, trying to shut down all acts of free speech. So it says Becky G appeared to be censored after showing support for the immigrant community during Karol G's Coachella weekend. It is like, it was just a tiny little glitch on the screen for, like, a second. It didn't even interrupt what she said at all. And also last year, Carol herself spoke in support of the immigrant community. So, like, I don't know why people are being so paranoid about Coachella censoring people, but, like, I just don't think they are. But whatever, maybe there's other stuff about this that I don't know about, but there were just glitches throughout the whole show, because it is a live stream, you know? This stuff happens. Maybe we can just enjoy something without being paranoid for a second. But let's move on to our final topic of the night, Euphoria. So I want to, I've decided that for the rest of this season of Euphoria, season 3, I will be covering it. I will be covering every episode. I'm going to do full fucking recaps because it is just nice to have a thing to talk about every week. When Euphoria season 2 came out and everyone was talking about it on Twitter, it felt like a very communal thing. It was very fun. As this person is saying, Euphoria is an absolute mess, but the people need something to watch on Sundays. I agree. They need something to watch on Sundays and they need something to talk about on Mondays. So we will be doing full Euphoria recaps at the end of every Pop Girly news stream until the season ends. And I mean everyone. So I was thinking because next week we're going to do another public stream, another public Pop Girly news stream. And then the week after that, we're going to do the member stream. But I am thinking maybe I'll do the member stream at night at like 7, like I normally do. But I'm possibly thinking, and I don't know, maybe I'll change my mind because it's in 2 weeks. So who's to say? But I think maybe like earlier in the day, like in the afternoon, maybe I'll schedule something separate of the member stream just for a Euphoria recap publicly, for a public stream. So maybe I think that's probably what we're gonna do on April. What day is it? April 4th. So April 4th in the afternoon, we'll still do a Euphoria recap, but then we'll do the member stream at night. And the Euphoria recap will be for the public, for all of us, because Euphoria is for all of us, even though it's on HBO, so it technically is not for all of us, but still. My recaps will be for everybody, because I also have seen quite a few people saying that, like, they are still interested in knowing what happens on Euphoria, but it is getting very gross and very weird, and also it's like kind of boring sometimes too. And so I know that there are a lot of people who don't know if they want to sit through the entire season, and if you're one of those people, don't worry about it. I got you. I got you. I will tell you everything that's happening. So that's what we're going to do. I do want to do a little bit of an update from last week, because I didn't realize this. Apparently Sydney Sweeney, the lingerie that she was wearing in that dumbass little, like, dog scene that she was doing for her OnlyFans, apparently that's from her own lingerie brand, CERN, which is the dumbest fucking name I've ever heard. I know that, like, it is like a marketing thing at the moment. People like these, like, kind of short names and stuff, but usually that's for, like, tech brands and stuff. I guess there's, like, Skims too, but that also makes more sense because it's like Skims. It's like skin, but it's Skims. You know, and it's also catchy. It's like CERN. I don't even know how do I pronounce this. Is it CERN? Siren? What is this? Also, the branding is fucking ugly. It's so ugly. Look at it. Okay, so this is the link to the actual, this is what it looks like on the website. This is the brown version that she's wearing on the show. But look at just boring and ugly. This whole thing, like, it's so green focused. Why is it green? And yeah, it is such basic lingerie too. It fully is. There's a part of me that I'm like, there's no way that someone thinks that this is gonna sell well. I'm, like, suspicious of it, where I'm like, is this a laundering scheme? But how do you do a laundering scheme with an online, or maybe you can. I guess I don't know that much about money laundering, but I was under the impression that money laundering works best in, like, cash markets. So I don't even know how this could be a money laundering scheme, but it feels like it has to be, because it doesn't feel like they're actually marketing to the right audiences. And look at the logo. Oh, it's ugly. It's ugly. And it looks like it's for boys. Like, look at that. They can't be advertising this to women. And I know that they're not, because I am a woman. And straight up, this is not on my social media feeds. I see so many brands from celebrities on my social media feeds, because if you go into your like Instagram or Twitter settings and stuff, you can find something where it'll tell you, like, your data, like what the social media site has collected about you, like how it's using your data to create a profile of you. And so for like Instagram, for me, it's like, oh, my interests are like pop stars, Lady Gaga, dogs. I remember at one point I looked at it, and it specifically said Labrador retrievers, and I was like, I do like a Labrador retriever, that's true. But like, you can go on and it'll tell you, like, it's very clear that my social media algorithms know that I'm a woman, and I get advertised to as a woman. This isn't showing up on anything for me. I haven't seen CERN being advertised anywhere. I see Skims. I see Hailey Bieber's, what's it called? Row or whatever the fuck. I see all the pop stars, their makeup lines. Well, not all of them. I never see, when Jennifer Lopez had hers, I never saw any of that. When Gwen Stefani had hers. I never saw any of that, and those brands don't exist anymore, so what do you know? And I also, like, I see people talking about these products, too. Like, Skims, a lot of people have issues with Kim Kardashian for various reasons, various legitimate reasons. Just like people have very legitimate reasons to have issues with Sydney Sweeney. But with Kim, I still see people on my timelines saying, like, I don't like Kim Kardashian, but this new Skims product is incredible, you know? I never see that with Sydney Sweeney shit. I never see people being like, I don't like Sydney Sweeney, but these new CERN bras are so good. No one's talking about it. This is not something that women are buying. So, like, who is buying this? Is anybody buying this? Anybody? I know, I've seen people say that, like, it's for men who want to buy their partner's lingerie or something. But I'm like, how many men even do that? How many men actually, like, know their partner's bra sizes? Maybe a few men are buying this stuff, but it's not even that special of stuff in the first place. So it's like, are that many men looking at this website and being like, oh yes, I know exactly what to get my girlfriend for Valentine's Day? I don't think so. I think that that's such a tiny, tiny market that there's no way you can have a profitable business off of that alone. Just none. So, like, is it a money laundering scheme? What is it? And then when you look too, it's like, girl, that doesn't even fit you. That looks uncomfortable. Who wants their boobs pressed up against their body like that? That's not fun. It's not even cute. Who is the market for this? And it looks cheap. It looks tacky. At least it didn't have, in real life, she doesn't sell it with that fucking tail. But yeah, it's not even cute. But so I found that out, that's apparently Sydney Sweeney's actual brand. And great, I'm glad you're advertising your shit with bras that don't fucking fit you, because none of your bras fit you, Sydney. How many times have we seen photos of you where you don't have a fucking bra that fits, and now you're selling bras? God, she's stupid. She's like dumb. But anyway, here's the new episode. So, tonight's episode, the writer's barely disguised fetish. Yeah, I think that's what the whole season is gonna be. It's got, they've got their little new title cards because they can't rip off Petra Collins' aesthetics anymore, so it looks boring as hell. I even think that this could, it's boring. It doesn't even look that cute. It just looks boring. So here's the episode. We start with Maddie. She gets the opening, and I'm trying to use tweets to tell our story because that is what Euphoria is good for. Is just people on Twitter bitching about it. And I'm so fucking sick, by the way, of some people being like, if you don't even like Euphoria, if you keep complaining about it, why are you even watching it? Why are you tweeting about it? It's like, because that's fun. What do you mean? I don't have to think that the show is good to enjoy watching it and enjoy complaining about it. Complaining about it is how I enjoy watching it. So, like, leave me alone. But so I am going to tell this with tweets. Primarily, or exclusively. But, so the Maddie scene pack has gone from 30 seconds to 20 minutes. This was a fairly heavy Maddie episode. Now, this is also... In season 1 of Euphoria, and kind of in season 2, but to a lesser extent, the show was sort of formatted where it was focusing more on, like, individual characters per episode. That doesn't really feel like what it's doing anymore, because it is still, like, everything is just too blended together. But this was a heavier Maddie episode. But that makes me a little nervous of, like, is this just the Maddie episode? Is that 20 minutes the most we're gonna get for the rest of the show? I mean, I'm sure there will be other stuff. We'll still be developing her character, but, like, am I supposed to take this as the Maddie episode? I'm not sure, but I hope not, because I was happy that we got more Maddie here. But what we got, some of it was fucking dumb as hell. So it opens up with her, it shows her getting a job working for this woman who works in the entertainment industry. She's like an agent or a manager or something for celebrities. And Maddie gets a job by just basically walking up to her and being like, I would like a job. And as this person says, how my parents think you get a job in 2026. So I'm going to play this. Hopefully I don't get claimed.
Miss Penzler?
Oh shit, sorry, that's way too loud.
Hi, I'm Maddie Perez. I read your Wall Street Journal profile, and I want to work for you.
Oh, I appreciate that, but I'm not currently hiring.
I know I'm not what you're looking for. I didn't go to USC. I didn't even apply to college. My parents were immigrants. I know my generation's entitled, but I don't believe anybody owes me anything. I'm not a victim. I won't be an HR nightmare, and I believe in capitalism.
Well, that's refreshing.
Miss Penzler's office, Maddie speaking. Please hold.
Like, what fucking reality does Sam Levinson live in? He is a Nepo baby, so maybe this is legitimately how he thinks the world works, but like, what? I believe in capitalism? Oh, that's refreshing. I know that there's that whole thing that I keep seeing people trying to defend the show by being like, just because a character says something doesn't mean the show is endorsing it. It's like, yeah, but the way that the show is framing it, it definitely seems somewhat like an endorsement of like, people will hire you more if you stop being an anti-capitalist weirdo, just so you know. Like, that's the framing of the show. Maddie gets a job by telling someone, I believe in capitalism. And I don't think that I'm entitled to stuff. And I know my generation is entitled. Like, this definitely is a little bit, like, anti-Zoomer. And maybe a little anti-millennial, too. But mostly Zoomer. Of, like, if only these dumb little kids would just know that you just have to be persistent. And you have to tell someone that you believe in capitalism. And then you'll get a job. You're not getting jobs because you're too much of a commie freak. An antisocial commie freak who doesn't work for what they want. Just very, very odd. Now, then COVID happens in the show. So, I guess season 2 was pre-COVID? I thought that we had already gone through COVID, or they had just ignored it or something in season 2. So I am a little confused on the timeline now, because Euphoria season 1 did seem to take place in 2019 when the show aired, or like sometime around then, like 2018 or something. Season 2 took place it aired in 2022, so they were still in high school, so I guess it couldn't have taken place immediately in 2022 because they would have been too old, but like I would have thought that it took place sometime around like, I don't know, I guess, yeah, they never really talked about COVID in the show, did they? I don't know, it was so fucking long ago. That's the thing, is that I have watched each season of Euphoria as they've aired, and I've never rewatched it. So, I don't fucking remember what happened in 2022. If you had asked me, I would have said that they had already acknowledged COVID in some way. Because I just don't remember. Because I probably had gone through COVID, and so I was like, oh yeah, the show did too. But no, I guess we're just now getting to a post-COVID world. And I also don't understand why COVID is even relevant to this episode. They bring it up as like a part of the storytelling of like, Maddie got this job, but then like COVID happened or something. But it's like, how did that affect anything that I'm seeing in this episode? Was that actually relevant to anything? I don't really think so. But okay, COVID has now happened. And they also, they show, I think Sydney or someone else at one point listening to Doja Cat's Say So. Just so that you know what era it takes place in. But I guess now COVID is officially over in this universe. I'm confused about what year this is supposed to take place in too, because I don't see any real effects of COVID. And if it was in the immediate aftermath of like the lockdowns and stuff, I feel like you would still see more people wearing masks and stuff. You would see you would just see more relevance to COVID in the story. I don't get why it was brought up at all. But so now Maddie works, so she starts working for that woman who is like a manager or something of some like celebrities. She starts working for that woman. Then she also starts kind of having her own little side hustle where she's like a social media manager, but for like this one girl who does like OnlyFans stuff. And so she's like taking photos with this girl. She's helping her with her OnlyFans. She's taking a commission, which I was like, okay, I think that could be interesting as a plot line for the show in like a better version of the show where it's still good. Because there is definitely, like, Tana Mojo did this stuff where there is kind of like this almost pyramid scheme-ish thing that people do where they get girls to like sign up for OnlyFans stuff. It's not really a pyramid scheme, but it is like a scam, essentially. They get these girls to sign up to like make OnlyFans content, but then they take a part of their commission. That's what Andrew Tate does. It's digital sex trafficking. And Tana Mojo did it too. So Tana Mojo is like low-key a sex trafficker, if I'm being completely real. She's done it. So they get these girls to sign up for OnlyFans to make like adult content, and then they take a large portion of their money, so they are pimps. And it is very, very gross and weird, and it is a big part of the like new kind of this new era of technology and of sex work on the internet. And I was like, okay, this actually is something that I would like to see. Like, if Euphoria is what it originally was in like season 1, this makes complete sense for a storyline of like, let's explore this. Let's explore this very exploitative industry where people are convincing women to do sex work and then taking a large portion of their money. That's interesting to me. That gets dropped in the episode fairly quickly. We might come back to it later with Cassie. We'll see what happens there. But the one girl that Maddie is managing at the time in that episode, she starts dating one of the other clients of this management company or something. So yeah, okay, so like Maddie's boss doesn't care about COVID, but she's following rules by paying her while she's home, but Maddie wants more, so she uses those influencers who don't care about COVID to try to make more money. And I'm like, yeah, but what? Why did that need to be in the episode? I feel like Maddie could still have a side hustle without COVID being relevant at all. Like, they kind of just shoehorned it into the episode. It's like they were acknowledging COVID, but they still just weren't really doing anything with it. They weren't exploring the culture of the pandemic at all. It's still just very odd. But anyway, so the OnlyFans model starts dating an actor who Maddie's boss is managing. And then the boss finds out about it and gets really upset because she's like, well, I don't want him dating a porn star. That's bad for his image. You need to nix this. And so Maddie lets the girl go. Like, she drops her as a client and is no longer the social media manager for this OnlyFans model. But I'm like, does that stop her from dating the actor? Like, what's happening? That whole plotline just made no sense to me of like, how is her dropping the OnlyFans girl as a client? How is that actually... What's going on? Just genuinely, what is going on? Am I supposed to believe that that man was only dating the OnlyFans model because she was managed by Maddie? Why? What relevance does that have? So weird. I feel like the COVID point was to give Maddie free time to do her own thing. Otherwise, she would be working. I'm not sure. Yeah, but she's working now, and it seems like she's about to take on Cassie as a client. So, like, are we going to go back into the pandemic so that she has more free time? Like, just none of it makes any sense. And yeah, I think it is because COVID is when OnlyFans really took off. Sure, but like, you can just like, people understand what OnlyFans is. So like, you don't have to acknowledge COVID to acknowledge OnlyFans. It's very weird. None of it it's like he wants to acknowledge these like big cultural socio-political things, but he doesn't actually want to explore any of it, because all of this could make sense of like, we're going to explore the effect that COVID had on the OnlyFans industry and on like sex work. Okay, sure, that's an angle you can take, but then explore that, actually do something with that. Don't just like bring it up and then be like, okay, and that's how we got here. Now forget all of that and we're going to go forward. It's just so shallow, the whole thing. But so anyway, okay, so Maddie, working for this girl, drops the girl, which for some reason is a solution to the boss's problem. I don't understand any of that. It cuts to Rue, who is covering up Tish's death. So Tish was a character in the first episode who died. Rue had gone to this, she was working for Lori, who's a drug dealer, because she owes she owes Lori like $43 million is what Lori said. And so she has to work for the drug dealer. She ends up at this strip club with these strippers. One of them dies because Lori gave the strippers some stuff that had like, that was laced with fentanyl. So of course she dies from the fentanyl, which feels very like, fentanyl is dangerous for sure, but it is definitely like a very politicized thing right now where it's like, oh, of course, someone had to die of a fentanyl overdose. Okay, so Tish dies. Rue is covering up the death. Because Lori was responsible for Tish's death, Alamo, who was the owner of the strip club, decides that Lori now owes him a bitch. As he said. He said, you took one of my bitches, I'm going to take one of yours. So he takes Rue. So now Rue no longer works for Lori. She works for Alamo, who is the owner of a strip club and multiple strip clubs. He is essentially like, he's kind of a pimp too. Though I don't know how much like actual prostitution they get into, but there is definitely an implication of like some sex work beyond just stripping. So here's where things get really kind of, where they get weird. So, Alamo is a black man. There were a few other black characters that got introduced in the last episode. And there were a few black characters in Euphoria from the beginning. There was one black character that Cassie was dating in season 1. I don't even remember his name because he's not in season 2 whatsoever. He's completely gone from season 2. But then there's also like, there's Rue, who is mixed but part black. Then there's Coleman Domingo's character, I forget his name, but he's like the AA sponsor. But this is the first time where we've seen like multiple black people like interacting with one another to a significant degree. And so last week, there were already some instances of the N-word coming up in the show. And that was a little odd because every episode is written by Sam Levinson, who is a white man. Now, last week, I was like, I don't want to say too much about this because I don't know what the production really looked like. Like, yes, Sam is writing and directing every episode, but maybe he gave the script to the actor and said, like, hey, do your thing with it. Like, make it your own. And maybe the actor is the one who incorporated the N-word into the dialogue. I'm not sure. He's a black man. He has every right to do that. This episode, it became very clear that no, it's in the script. It is written down by Sam Levinson, because now it's not only is the N-word being spoken by multiple black characters, there were also 2 white characters who said it too. And I don't think that they're just ad-libbing stuff. Like, if they are, that's crazy. But I have to think that they were specifically written in the script to say it, and that's very weird. It is very, like, Quentin Tarantino-esque of, like, him just shoehorning the N-word into the script just so that he, as a white man, has a way to say it. It's weird. It is fucking weird. And especially the way that it comes up. So, a few of the black characters say it, 2 of the white characters say it, and then, in one of the scenes where a white character says it, it is in a scene, it's in the scene between the Alamo between Alamo and Lori, and then her little like lackeys, her little like drug dealer people. He's talking to them on the phone. One of them calls him the N-word, and this guy is obviously racist. We see some Nazi flags later, so clearly meant in a racist way. Obviously, it's the N-word, so it's racist, but this guy in particular, definitely a white supremacist, calls Alamo the N-word. Then, after Alamo tells Lori, you killed one of my bitches, now I want one of yours, Lori calls him a pig. Kind of a normal thing for a woman to call a man, you know? Sometimes you call a man a pig. But Alamo decides to get extremely upset about that. He's kind of upset about the N-word, but he's very upset about being called a pig. And it's very, very weird. And so Sam Levinson's excuse for this, not his excuse, but his explanation, he said, I just thought it was interesting to play with the racial dynamics of these two crews. There's this built-in animosity. With a pig comment, it just seemed interesting as an entry point into this man's psychology. There's something about it he can't get over. He doesn't understand why she would refer to him in that way. Is it about his weight? Is it because he's greedy? It opens up this insecurity in him that allows us to start to see how human he is. There are things someone could say to any one of us that might seem insignificant, but it sticks in our head. It was a way of playing with the absurdity of racial dynamics, these miscommunications that lead to greater troubles. What are you talking about? First of all, why are you playing with racial dynamics, Sam Levinson? You are a white man. You don't have any... This is the thing, too, is like, it's not even just that he's like the head writer or something, or that he's the showrunner, and he's making all these decisions. He doesn't have other writers. In fact, in episode 1, there is definitely like a joke. He's kind of making fun of the idea that like a TV show needs a writer's room. That, like, you need multiple writers on a show. He is very opposed to the idea that he should have other people working with him. So it's like, you're making all these points about racial dynamics with nobody else. You don't have any black writers that you're bouncing ideas off of to, like, come to these plots with. You did that yourself. You don't have any right to decide to, like, make commentary on racial dynamics as Sam Levinson. Like, look at this man. And especially, it's like, what are you even talking about? What racial dynamics? You think black men have never heard a woman calling a man a pig before? What? Have you never spoken to a black person? Do you really think that, like, their vernacular is so different from ours that they wouldn't immediately recognize a woman calling a man a pig for, like, just what it is, a woman calling a man a pig? You think that they would immediately think that it's something racial? What? And that they would be more offended by that than the N-word? And it's not even, he's saying, is it, there's something he can't get over, he doesn't understand why she would refer to him that way. Is it about his weight? Is it because he's greedy? If anything, if there's any sort of like racial implication of the word pig, it revolves around the police. And so that's not even the angle that you're going with for this? Huh? What a dumb motherfucker. So then we go back to the strip club where fucking Alamo, there's an entire scene, by the way, where Alamo is with these other characters. These other black characters, too, who he's complaining about Lori calling him a pig, and they're all kind of like, I don't know why you keep going on about this. So it's like, even then, it's like, are there racial dynamics at work here, or is this just like a one character who's like weirdly fixated on something? That would make more sense to me. Why do you think you're playing with racial dynamics? You're not. Anyway, so they're at the strip club. And then Rosalia is there. Apparently, we're going to get more of her. She is in, I think it says it was 6 more episodes. So she's in pretty much all of the show except for the first episode. Yeah, she's going to be in the rest of the series. I don't know how much she's going to be doing, because in this episode, all we really know about her is that she has this neck brace on, but it seems like she doesn't actually need it. She's trying to win a lawsuit or something, and Alamo is trying to convince her to take the neck brace off because it looks ridiculous and it's not sexy. But she's like, but I need to win this lawsuit. So I guess that's what's happening there. I don't know what else we're going to see of that. But Rosalia will be in the show going forward. There's a lot of stuff in the strip club, stuff that is not necessary, that doesn't need to be there. At one point, there's like a close-up shot of a stripper putting cocaine on her nipples and then a guy snorting it off her nipples. It doesn't matter. Doesn't make any fucking difference to the show. And also, I feel like it's just not... Maybe people do stuff like that. Maybe they do. But I don't feel like that's the most efficient way to snort cocaine. So, yeah. Didn't need to be there. There's the scene where... There's the cocaine on the nipples, the guy snorts it off, it's like, and then that stripper starts like going down on that guy. We immediately then cut to Rue cleaning the dirtiest fucking toilet I've ever seen. It doesn't even make sense. I understand, toilets can maybe get that dirty in some places and like some like dirty gas stations and stuff. The rest of the strip club doesn't look that fucking dirty. I don't believe that toilet would look like that. But there's shit everywhere. Just all over this stall, and she's like plunging the toilet, and there's just shit water coming out of it. It's just like dark brown water coming out of the toilet. It's just gross. It's gross for no reason. And I understand. I'm down with gross. I am down with gross if it feels motivated. Last week, people were defending the show with that fucking, the gagging scene. And I get it. Like, okay, yeah, sure. People do actually swallow bags like that when they're trafficking drugs. I understand what the story was doing. What was gross about it was the way that Sam Levinson, like, closed up on the mouths and stuff. Like, the way that he chose to shoot that felt so fetishistic and so weird and gross. And then at one point he had... So they have to shit out the bags. And then he had down Chloe Cherry's ass... There's shit coming down her ass, and then a fucking dog comes up and licks it off of her ass. You can't tell me that was just like, oh, this is just an accurate representation of how drug smuggling works. No, this is Sam Levinson's weird fucking fetishes. 100%. We don't need... There's so much poop in this season. There is so much poop. And I just believe he does have a scat fetish. I can't find any other explanation for it. I can't find any. But then we get some Jules flashbacks. So she looks fantastic. It's a dress made of all bras. Ain't that cool? So there's that. There are a few flashbacks of her. She's apparently like an artist now or something. We don't get a whole lot. She's in the episode a few times, but we don't get that much of a look into her life. We know that she's a sugar baby, so there's some sort of man who's paying for her to stay at this really nice apartment. We'll see some photos of that later. But other than that, we don't get a whole lot of insight into like her brain, her soul, who she is as a person. And I don't know that we will. Maybe we will, but I don't know. Rue is not talking to her family because she did relapse. That was confirmed this episode. And this person says, full shade, you can feel the gaping hole left by Rue's family in Euphoria. Her mother and sister play integral parts in her story just as much as grief has. It's the tie that binds. Now it seems like that has been completely sidelined for shock value and Tom and Jerry theatrics. Now, I agree and I disagree. It does feel weird the amount that the family's not in the show when they were an integral part of the show previously, but I do think that could kind of work for this series. Because Rue has been alienated from her family because she did relapse and her mother is no longer allowing her to speak to her younger sister. She doesn't want her in her sister's life, which makes sense. And I think that like if we're following the story from Rue's perspective, we should also feel alienated from the family. But it doesn't feel like there's any sort of emotional core to Rue's alienation. There is a scene where Zendaya is calling her mom and like leaving a voicemail and like crying, and that is very emotional, but it's like we just move on from it so quickly that I just wish we got more of that. I wish we got more of like Rue's isolation, which maybe we will. Maybe it's set up for some later stuff, but at the moment it feels like just kind of a reference of like, here's what's happening there, and then they move on. But maybe we'll get some more substantive stuff with that later. Rue then is having a fairly good time at the strip club. So, as this person says, I know Z has the no nudity clause, but the fact that I didn't get to see Rue and Angel bump and grind is a personal offense. Yeah, so there's one part where Rue has sex with Angel in like the back of this minivan, and you see like the minivan kind of shaking, and you hear like Angel's orgasms. I don't really even think you hear much from Rue. And it again feels like the fact that this is a self-insert character for Sam Levinson has really affected the willingness he has to sexualize Rue's character. Because Rue is very sexual, you know? In season 2, there was a minute where it seemed like maybe Rue is actually asexual because of the amount that he was sexualizing every character except for hers. But now it's very clear that no, Rue is definitely very, very into women sexually. Not just romantically, but sexually. She's into these strippers, and now she's fucking the strippers, but we don't even get to see her fucking them. We just like hear the strippers' orgasms, and so we're aware of the fact that Rue is good at sex and that she's getting pussy, but we don't actually get to see her doing it, and it feels like it's just Sam Levinson being like, yeah, because that's my character, and you don't need to see my character in an intimate setting. You just need to know that she's good at it. Don't worry about anything else. She's good at it. Don't worry. Very weird. Then, Cassie, we go back to Cassie, who's doing her, like, OnlyFans content, and as they're saying, Sydney Sweeney, you need to have love for yourself more. Yeah. The stuff that they're having Sydney Sweeney do in this episode is fucking crazy. She's got her legs all spread out, she looks like a fucking baby. More than, you know, I'll say that, yeah, okay, the Olivia Rodrigo outfits, they look childlike, they look young-ish, like there's an aesthetic that is playing on young aesthetics, and that's whatever, that's fine. This is fully, she just dressed as a baby. Sydney Sweeney's just dressed as a baby. And you know what? I understand that is content that some people are into online, and I don't even necessarily, some of it, it's a lot, this is the thing with like a lot of fetishes on the internet that you can find, or just fetishes that people have. Is it a lot of pedophiles who are into it? Probably. There are also people who I think are into it for like other reasons that are more nuanced and more complicated, and like, okay, whatever, I'm not here to like kink shame anyone. When you're Sydney Sweeney, and you're the lead actress of a big show like this, not the lead actress, but one of the lead actresses, the comfort level that you have being filmed in certain ways is kind of crazy. And for stuff it's just not worth it. Like, if it was such a good show, if it was so worth it for the story, then like, okay, yeah, do it. Put yourself into those situations because it's gonna work so well for the story that you're telling. You're not telling a good story. You're just letting Sam Levinson debase you and put images of you in like fairly degrading positions. Those images are just they're gonna live forever on the internet. Like, people are taking those screenshots and being like, what the hell is he having her do? It's just a little pathetic. And she's so naked in the show, and that's fine. I'm not against nudity, but again, it's like, if it was motivated by something, I would be like, okay, sure, yeah, girl, show your tits. But it's just like close-up shots of her tits all the time. She's in the front yard of her house, naked, with, yeah, melted ice cream on her tits. A-list celebrity. And, you know, I guess more power to her, but it doesn't help the show at all. It doesn't feel effective for the storytelling. It just feels like you want to show Sydney Sweeney with melted ice cream on her tits. And I'm sick of it. Can we do something else? Yeah, she's dressed as an adult baby. And it says, of course, the age play scene is the longest of the montage. Sam Levinson, there's something wrong with you. Yeah, there really, really is. There really, really is.
This happened. We need to launch a full federal investigation into why and how this happened.
But then we get some stuff with Maddie and Cassie, which I do kind of, I am interested in this the most. I definitely feel like Sam Levinson is going to botch it. But so, Cassie sends Maddie a DM on Instagram, which she has to accept because it looks like Maddie is not following Cassie. So she says, I miss you, can we get lunch? And then they get lunch, and it seems fairly clear that there is some, like, friend stuff happening. There are some weird dynamics there that I'm interested to see what Sam does with it. Kinda. But also, it seems like Cassie wants to get together with Maddie because Maddie is, like, because she had managed that other girl who had the OnlyFans account, and it seems like Cassie wants Maddie to manage her OnlyFans, and I'm like, how did you know that, though? Like, was this other girl who she was managing, was she such a big account that you know who was managing her? That's not even something that people really talk about. OnlyFans models don't normally talk about who their, like, digital pimps are. So how would she even know that Maddie had been doing that? I don't get it. I don't understand it at all. But there is other stuff with the Maddie-Cassie dynamic that I'm interested in, like the whole thing with Cassie essentially stealing Maddie's boyfriend, but it does seem like in a way where she was maybe a little bit more obsessed with Maddie than she was with Nate, or she was obsessed with both of them. There's something interesting there that I'll watch it. That is currently the plot line that I'm kind of the most interested in seeing where it goes. Now, the loss of Labyrinth this episode, it was very felt last episode. It continued to be felt this episode. It does seem like when Labyrinth left, he must have left very soon before the show aired, where a lot of scenes feel like they are literally just missing his soundtrack. That up until very, very recently, they thought that they had those Labyrinth songs secured for these scenes. Because the Hans Zimmer soundtrack is not working. Listen to this. Like, what show is this? Just cheesy and dumb. And then, so, Cassie apologizes to Maddie about her stealing Nate from Maddie in the last season, and she's like, and she basically shows her the ring and is like, see, we're getting married, so I didn't want to betray you, it's just that me and Nate clearly were meant to be together, and I couldn't deny that. And so the Ruse voiceover says, it was at that moment that Maddie realized this dumb bitch waited years for that ring just to clear her conscience. And I'm like, okay, that I'm interested in, because I do think that is a part of this dynamic with Cassie and Nate and Maddie, that, like, part of the reason that Cassie maybe wants to marry Nate in the first place is so that she can justify stealing Nate from Maddie in season 2, when they were in high school. I get that, of like, look, as long as we end up together, then that means that I didn't take your boyfriend for like a petty reason, that it was meant to be. I'm interested in that. I don't know what they're gonna do with it, but I'm interested. And there's also kind of, there's a debate at the moment. This person says the mature change on Maddie is noticeable from miles away. Meanwhile, Cassie is always staying dumb and stupid. Cassie is dumb and stupid. But I don't think that Maddie is necessarily mature either. As this person says, I wouldn't call it mature. It's clear that she still carries resentment. She was making fun of Cassie in every scene leading up to this meetup scene. and if she were truly mature, she wouldn't even pay her any attention. But it's clear Cassie still bothers her even after all these years. The fact alone she made it seem like Cassie arrived at this meeting first tells you a lot about Maddie's character. I agree. There's something interesting here. Something interesting. But Cassie is definitely the dumber one of the two. Now, we move on to Nate and his whole storyline. So as this person is calling him Nate Vandekamp, yeah, it feels like there is a lot of Republican coding in Nate and Cassie's lifestyles. Like, but this is the thing, is that it's mixed coding and it's bad. First of all, their house is ugly. Their house is fucking hideous. It seems like they're trying to do like a kind of 60s aesthetic thing to like emphasize the conservative traditional values of Nate and Cassie and their Republicanness. But it's like, okay, well, if you're going to do that, first of all, I think you should do like 50s instead of 60s if you're going to lean into the trad wife thing a little bit. But okay, you can do that. You have to do it in the way that like Desperate Housewives does it with Brie Vandekamp, where you like fully commit to it, where Brie Vandekamp looks like a 50s housewife and her house is designed with those intricacies in mind. What is so dumb about this is like it kind of looks like a 60s house. It kind of looks like someone with old money, which he's not. He's not old money, so that doesn't even make sense for the character. He should be gaudy and cheap. I mean, it is kind of gaudy, but it's gaudy in like an old money way. He should be like new money, gaudy and cheap, and he's just not. So the design in the first place is stupid, but then on top of it, they're mixing all this different shit where like, okay, he has this kind of 60s looking house, but also a fucking Tesla Cybertruck? You gotta do one or the other, dude. If you want to lean into this modern stuff and these modern indicators of conservatism, lean into that. There is like a modern Republican look that some houses have that you're not actually doing anything with. Like, dude, it's all fucked up. He's so stupid. He wants it to be a kind of a modern show and a commentary on modern society and shit, but he won't even commit to it. You have the Cybertruck and then a fucking 60s looking house? Please. Commit to something. But yeah, the kitchen is ugly as shit. Yeah, so the stylization, I love the stylization, but Nate and Cassie's entire home and friend group following a strict 60s aesthetic is a little on the nose. In fact, I think it's not even on the nose enough. They should have leaned more into the 50s, and they should have either kept it like that. No, I don't even think they should have kept it like that. I don't think they should do 50s. I think they should do modern Republican. I think they should do modern conservative. They should make it look like one of those houses that just almost looks like empty, or that has that like, there's like some like kind of Pinteresty aesthetics that you can do that would have worked way better than this. This just looks stupid. It also, so I don't know if I missed anything, but can someone explain Nate's situation to me? He is trying to convince a man to do business with him, but he owes that man $600,000 for some reason. Does anyone know why? So, yeah, Nate is involved in some weird, like, business dealings. He's, like, an investor in different things and in different properties, but he's bad and he's in debt and stuff. But, yeah, he's, like, trying to make a deal with someone that he's already in debt to. So it's like, why would you even do that? I don't know. But it feels like, again, Sam Levinson is trying to lean into this idea of like a modern conservative who is trying to make money just through like investments and stuff, which I feel like at that point we got to get Nate into cryptocurrency. Really, Nate should honestly be the one running Cassie's OnlyFans. Nate should be Andrew Tate. But he doesn't want to vilify Nate to that extent. He does want to make Nate like conservative coded, but he doesn't seem to be willing to actually make him a villain, which is interesting. But, like, okay, you want to make him, like, this investor, you want to make him this, like, ultra-capitalist or something, but it's so clear that he doesn't know anything about those sorts of business dealings, and he doesn't want to ask anyone about it because he doesn't want to have a writer's room, and he doesn't want to get any input from anybody else, so it's like Nate's entire, like, business shit never even really makes much sense and just seems completely empty-headed and stupid, because Sam Levinson just doesn't know anything about it. He doesn't know. He doesn't know what terminology to use. He doesn't know what kinds of scenes to show Nate in. So he just shows him like going to some sort of business guy and being like, we should do business together and you should give me money. And then the other guy goes, you already owe me money, so I don't think I will. And then Nate goes, darn, I owe so many people so much money. That's the extent to which Sam Levinson understands business investment deals. And you know what? Fair. That's the extent that I understand it too. But if I were writing those scenes, I would have someone that knew what they were doing. I thought it was meant to look like Nate doesn't know what he's doing. I think it is kind of meant to make it look like he doesn't know what he's doing, but it's in a way where it's very clear that the show doesn't know either. So they're just doing the like most basic shit of like, he wants money, but he can't get it. I was like, okay, can you be a little bit more descriptive? Can you actually like show me the business that this guy is in? Can you make this seem like a more lived-in universe in any way? It also, all these characters are 23. And this whole thing is revolving around like Nate as an investor and him and Cassie and their wedding and shit. It's like, okay, they're 23. This isn't even what a 23-year-old Republican does. Like, it's just, he should be on like Twitch or something. I can't do it. It's stupid. It's stupid. But Nate is also, again, being portrayed as like the most reasonable person on the show now. Why? Maybe it'll turn, maybe it'll come out that Nate is actually the big bad the whole time. Maybe he's actually still a villain, but it doesn't feel like it. It feels like the show has moved Nate Jacobs into a new era where he is the only sane person on the show. Even if he's kind of dumb. He's dumb because he's naive or something. Like, that's kind of the angle that they seem to be going with. Is like, he just doesn't quite understand how the world works at this point. And he's too naive and he's too trusting. It's like, this Nate? This one? Do you want to put a gun to Maddie's head in season 1? This is the Nate that I'm supposed to now believe is like a reformed man. And maybe I can believe that he's reformed, but you have to show me that. You have to show me him actually reforming. You can't just introduce him in season 3 as like a fully new character and then expect everyone to be like, okay, that's what Nate is now. That's what he's always been. And he's having conversations with his father. It's not even just how he's treating Cassie or any of the women. He's having a conversation with his father, and his dad, who is like a fucked up weirdo, he's talking to his dad and he's like, you're gay, you're in denial, and it came out in weird ways. Like, well, that's interestingly empathetic. Like, you have that insight into your father? Since when? Where did you pick up this insight? Did you go to therapy? What happened to Nate Jacobs? Other than maybe just like, people now find Jacob Elordi too likable or something, so you don't want to make him the villain anymore? I don't understand. And then there's a whole bunch of shit with Nate's dad, who is played by Eric Dane, who has since passed. But, so his dad in season 1 is like, he's not like a great guy. And in season 2, they kind of add a little bit of nuance to his character, but now in season 3, they're just making him a total fucking joke.
You fucked men in the ass.
So?
How is that not gay?
I was a pitcher, not a catcher.
You fucked men in the ass.
This is where we're at. I was a pitcher, not a catcher. Now, for one thing, I don't know if Eric Dane had any other shit lined up, but I think this might be his final role. Sam Levinson took 4 years to make TV legend Eric Dane spend his last role talking about butt sex with Jacob Elordi. I felt so bad throughout the whole thing. I'm like, is this Eric Dane's last role? Yeah, I laughed, unfortunately. It is funny. I'm gonna give you that. It is funny. But it's so cheap, too. And especially if this is Eric Dane's last role, like, this is what he's spending his time doing. This is how he's going to be remembered on screen. And this is my big problem with it, too, because that line was funny. And I honestly, the whole, oh, shit. Oh, that's the wrong tweet. I put the wrong one in the document. Oh, well. There was another tweet that just brought up the fact that, like, in season 1, he's very clearly written as a predator. Like, he's preying on a young girl, a young trans girl. And then in season 2, there's a little bit more nuance added to that character of, like, his past as, like, I don't even know if it's established that he's, like, gay or if he's, like, bi, which I think is fine to, like, if you're using the word gay to mean bi, I'm not, like, picky about that. Of, like, no, you need to clarify that he's actually bi and not gay. Which, you know, people mostly only do for women anyway, but I think it's fine. But the amount that they're just referring to him now as gay is a little weird to me when, like, the first people that we saw him with was a trans woman. It's like, are we implying that he was attracted to her because he's into dudes? Because I don't love that. But I think that he is, like, he's established more as bi, or maybe pan or something. I don't know. In season 2, there is a little bit more nuance added to that I remember. Again, it's been a while since I've seen season 2. But there's a little bit more nuance added to that, but still in a way that makes him still creepy and weird. Like, he's not... And his influence over Nate is definitely implied to be a big part of why Nate is so fucked up. That his dad is, like, a sexual deviant. Who can't admit to his own urges, and so as Nate says, it comes out in weird ways because he's so, like, repressed. So it is so strange at this point to take this character that is written to be, like, this kind of nuanced villain and then just make it a joke of, like, as a pitcher, not a catcher. Like, come on. And then Nate convinces... So Cassie is doing her OnlyFans thing. Nate did agree to it in the first episode, but then she started talking to people and telling them about the content that she was making, including, like, the age play stuff. So that starts getting talked about. It comes back to Nate. He then convinces her to delete the OnlyFans. And as the tweet says, Nate's masculinity is so fragile that even though he's in more debt than Rue, he won't let Cassie make more money than him. Now, this is where it's like, that should be the way that it's portrayed on the show. It should be that, of, like, he is upset that Cassie is making more money, which we never even hear about any of the money that Cassie's making. We have no fucking clue if Cassie even is making a whole lot of money on OnlyFans. Like, we don't get a clear number that Cassie is contributing to this relationship because of her OnlyFans. Especially because she just started it. But the thing is that, like, it's so clear the way that the show portrays it that Nate isn't upset that Cassie has an OnlyFans or that she's making money. He's upset that she's, like, doing it in a kind of, like, sneaky way, a deceptive way, where, like, she's doing content that she wasn't clear that she was going to make. Because even in the first episode when he's like, okay, you can do an OnlyFans, she tells him that, like, it's just going to be the kind of stuff that I would post onto Instagram, maybe, like, a little bit more. But it's not going to be, like, full weird stuff. And then in this episode, she's, like, taking full nudes. She's dressed as a baby. She's got ice cream on her tits. So it is set up as, like, she is being dishonest to her partner. And he does have every right to, like, shut it down and be like, what the fuck? This is not what we agreed to. Delete your account. So it's like, okay, this should be the angle here, that Nate's masculinity is so fragile. Because that would make sense with the Nate we've seen in the first 2 seasons. But in this season, it is very clearly portrayed as he is in the right and Cassie is in the wrong. And they also keep bringing it back to just the fact that she's doing OnlyFans in general, which is, it's interesting of, like, what is this show's perspective on sex work? Is it pro-sex work? Is it anti-sex work? It seems like a weird combination of the two, and not in a way that's, like, nuanced. Not in a way of, like, you know, there's problems in the sex industry. It can be extremely exploitative, but also women have the right to do what they want with their own bodies, and they have the right to make money the way that they want to make it. It doesn't seem like that. It seems like it wants to shame women who do sex work, but also it really, really wants to look at them while they do it. And that's the, like, troubling thing of, like, it's so dismissive of women who choose to do adult content while also being exploitative of them in that dismissal. It's very gross. Then we also have this housekeeping character, Juana, who is kind of my favorite character of the season so far. I agree with these tweets about that, but the way that they're portraying her is also so gross and feels very racist. In the first episode, it was already a little weird because Juana is, like, taking photos of Cassie in her little, like, dog costume and stuff. And then Nate walks in and is like, that is not what she is paid to do. She's paid to, like, do the dishes. She needs to go do that. And so that was already a little weird of, like, okay, what are we doing with this housekeeping character? I don't like the way that Nate is talking to her, but it also doesn't feel like the show, again, like, the way that the show is portraying it is, like, Nate is kind of in the right, because it's like, well, yeah, that isn't her job. She shouldn't be taking photos of her client in a dog costume. She should be doing housekeeping, which is what she's paid to do. But it's like, well, still, can I hear from her a little bit more on that? Can we treat her as a human being a little bit? And then in this episode, it's even fucking worse. At one point, Cassie is asking her, while she's dressed as a baby and has her legs spread and her, like, ankles pretty much behind her head, as Juana is taking photos of her, she asks her, and she's got, like, a pacifier too. She asks her, Juana, do you ever, like, dream of, like, bigger things or whatever? It's like, this is what you want to do for your whole life. I don't remember exactly what she says. But then Juana is like, no, I like where I'm at. And then Cassie's like, really? And then she says, and I wrote this down because I was like, I want to get this wording exactly correct. Juana says, quote, "See, America, my dream." Again, if we want to talk about different, like, problematic directors and different problematic writers and stuff, you know, we want to compare Sam Levinson to Emerald Fennell, we want to compare him to Ryan Murphy, etc. Let's make a little comparison for a second with Mark Cherry. Mark Cherry, bad in season 2 of Desperate Housewives with the Asian housekeeping character, for sure. But he got a little bit of criticism for his show Devious Maids, which is a show that came after Desperate Housewives, which is kind of like Desperate Housewives. It's like 4 women who have, like, secret lives, but they're all housekeepers. They're all maids, and they're all Latina. And a lot of people were saying at the time of, like, well, that's such a stereotype that Latina women are housekeepers, especially Latina immigrants. And, you know, he's a white man writing the show with these Latina housekeeping characters. And there are plenty of legitimate criticisms you can make of that show. And that is one. Like, the fact that writing staff was dominantly white was very strange. I mean, Eva Longoria was an executive producer on it. So there was, like, some input from some Latinas, but not enough. But here's the thing. As someone who... I've worked in multiple hotels in my life, and yeah, housekeeping staffs, a lot of them are immigrants, and a lot of them are Latinas, and I think that that's something that you can, like, acknowledge, and that's something that you can explore, of, like, this is an industry that is dominated by immigrants, largely because, like, I don't know why that job specifically. I guess maybe because other people don't want to take it, but so you can acknowledge that, and we can also, like, say that it is a stereotype, but, like, the people who fit that stereotype are still people who have stories that are, like, worth exploring. And that's the thing with Devious Maids, is, like, are there racist things in Devious Maids? Yes, 100%. But at least at the core of the show, the writers on that show took the characters seriously as human beings. And all of those characters on that show, some of them like their jobs as housekeepers more than others, but they all have other ambitions. Like, they all have other things in their lives that they care about. Like, they have families that they're trying to support. One of them wants to be like a pop star. There's a lot of like nuances to their characters that gets explored in the show because they are taken seriously as characters, as human beings. And what is very gross to me at this point with the way that Lana is being depicted, she is just depicted as a stereotype. She is just the immigrant housekeeper who, even when asked about her like other dreams, can't even come up with anything else and just says, "See, America, my dream." Dude, go fuck yourself. That is so gross and weird. Now, there was a moment where there was a very funny scene with Juana and Nate. I'll play that.
Mr. Nate, do you want me to save any of the food?
Sure.
The patties?
Yeah.
What about the hot dogs?
Okay.
The macaroni?
No.
The cheese?
No.
Potato salad?
Yep.
The vegetables?
No.
What about the fruit salad?
Juana, please.
The cookies?
Juana, enough.
The
Stop,
roulette?
stop, stop.
The pigs in blanket?
Juana, I'm gonna kill you.
Excuse me, Mr. Nate. Do you want me to save any of the food?
So that was funny, and it's like, maybe there's extra stuff here. Maybe we'll get more insight into Juana's character later, where like, maybe she has a lot of animosity toward both Nate and Cassie, and maybe that's why she said the thing to Cassie about, like, America, my dream. Maybe she just didn't want to get into it with her white boss. That's very possible. But I just have a feeling, I just don't have any faith in Sam Levinson. I don't think that we're gonna get much more insight into Juana's character. But maybe we will. And maybe she's rage baiting him here. Maybe Juana will turn out to be... I'd love it if she became the main character. God, that kitchen is fucking ugly. Anyway. Now, we have this whole scene. Nate convinces Cassie to delete her OnlyFans. She at least seems to delete it. I have a hard time believing that she's done with the OnlyFans thing completely. Maybe she's still lying to Nate. I don't know. I doubt we're done with that storyline. But she at least agrees to it in front of him. And then they have kind of like a cute moment in bed. Not like super cute because they're clearly not in love. But like at least something where they're in bed, comfortable, and I think that maybe like they kiss for a second. Like maybe she kisses him on the cheek. I don't remember exactly what happens. But it was like a sort of like sweet-ish moment in bed. Or at least a moment of them being, what's the word I'm looking for? Just them being kind of like content with one another for like a second. It's a more kind of low-key moment in the episode. Immediately after that, switches to Faye, played by Chloe Cherry, getting fucking railed. Just pounded in front of a Nazi flag. Just, it's like, can I rest for a minute? And she's, Chloe Cherry is fully fucking naked, getting pounded by this Nazi behind her with a full Nazi flag. I can't. And I do feel, I want to clarify something from last week, because I watched a little bit of last week's stream, and I felt like the way that I was talking about Chloe Cherry was like a little bit dismissive, because I said something along the lines of like, this porn star that Sam Levinson is obsessed with. And that felt a little bit like I was dismissing her as just like, oh, this porn star that he's got acting in his shows. That the only reason that she's there is because he's obsessed with her, because he's a fetishistic freak, which, you know, that part still might be true. He is a fetishistic freak. But I don't want to like degrade Chloe Cherry as an actress. I think she's a very good actress, and I think that like there were things in season 2 that like with her character, with Faye, that was actually kind of like moving, like her relationship with Fez's character. There was some meat to that. I liked that. But the reason that I said the whole thing last week about like this porn star that he's obsessed with is because it is not because I have any issues with her being a porn star or a former porn star or whatever the fuck. The reason I said it is because the way that the character is written, feels very, very informed by the fact that her actress used to be a porn star. Like, there are things that Sam Levinson is having Chloe Cherry do that I just have a lot of doubt he would be having his other actresses do. Because they didn't do porn. You know? Like, I think that he just kind of thinks that he can get away with shit with Chloe Cherry more than he can with Zendaya and Sydney Sweeney and the like. Even Sydney, like, Sydney is doing shit in this show that does feel beneath her in terms of her celebrity and her power culturally, you know? Why are we getting so many close-up shots of her tits? But even then, it's like, well, I'm still not seeing a dog licking shit off of her ass. I'm still not seeing her getting fucked in front of a Nazi flag. There's just a difference between the way that Chloe Cherry is depicted in this show compared to the other actors. Even the shit with, like, the gagging stuff when Faye and Rue are both swallowing these bags of drugs. There's more close-ups and more fetishistic shit with Chloe Cherry and the, like, saliva and stuff coming out of her mouth. It's really, really weird. And then, we're not even done. It's not even done being fucking disgusting. Because, so while Faye is getting railed by this dude in front of this Nazi flag, you start to hear stuff happening upstairs or outside of the room somehow. I don't know exactly the layout of the house, but you start hearing something that sounds like a pig around the room. And it's like, okay, so we're coming back to the pig thing again. Immediately cut to a close-up shot of a pig's asshole shitting. I'm not even fucking kidding. This dude clearly has a scat fetish. Why is there so much poop? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. So yeah, having to watch Sam Levinson's barely disguised scat fetish every week, it's so much. Just so much. Now that scene, there was a funny thing in that scene, I will give it that. There was a tiny little dog who I guess is like their guard dog or something, I don't know. But one of the characters goes, "Lieutenant Dan, you're fired." And it's funny because it's a tiny little dog and his name is Lieutenant Dan. And he's their guard dog. That part got a little giggle out of me. I'll admit that part. But I did not need to see the close-up shot of that pig's asshole. Thank you. So then Rue's in kind of like a relationship, at least like a sexual relationship with the stripper Angel, who, by the way, the actress playing Angel, fantastic. She's doing a great job. Everyone really is doing an okay job. Everyone's doing a good job. Jacob Elordi and Cassie and Sydney Sweeney seem kind of checked out. But honestly, it was worse in the first episode. The second episode, they seemed a little bit better, but it's still, you know, you can tell that they're not. You can tell that Jacob Elordi specifically is not really into it. And Sydney is kind of just doing what she does. She's just Sydney Sweeney at this point. She's not even playing another character. She's just playing herself. But the girl playing Angel is very, very good. Zendaya is good, as always. So Zendaya is in this sexual relationship with Angel. Angel had been very, very close with Tish, who died. But they didn't tell Angel or anybody else that Tish died because they were covering it up. Rue then decides, because Angel is like freaking out about the fact that like Tish has been missing essentially for a while. And Rue eventually tells her like she died. There was a fentanyl overdose. It's bad. So Angel just like has a full meltdown. She starts doing heavy drugs. She's very depressed, obviously. So then Rue eventually she's kind of advocating for Angel, and then Alamo decides that Angel needs to go to rehab, and I guess he's going to pay for her to go to rehab or something. So Rue convinces Angel to go to rehab finally, but the rehab she takes her to, it don't seem right. So this is Rue hearing the no need for paperwork at a rehab center. And she's just like, oh, okay. The way that they are portraying this something is gonna go down at this rehab. I don't know if Angel's gonna die, or it seems maybe like she's gonna get sex trafficked, possibly. So I guess we'll have to see what happens with that, but like you can see, it just doesn't seem right. Like that's the last shot of Angel when she's walking away in this rehab, and there's just an eeriness to it. So I don't know. Maybe Angel's dead. Maybe she's about to be trafficked. Not sure. Jules then comes back in like a non-flashback scene. So Rue goes to Jules' apartment. Hunter Schafer looks incredible. Just wanted to put that in there. Looks so fucking good. But she is now like a sugar baby living in this apartment with like no furniture, essentially. Like there's just a chair. Big ass apartment though. And then like, I don't know if I think that's just a screen that she's put on the windows. So this set design is an improvement over the set design in Nate Jacobs' house, because it does kind of tell a story of like where she is. Like she's doing well financially, kind of, because this sugar daddy is paying for it, but also like she has no furniture. Like she is kind of rootless. She is just a person living in a nice apartment, not someone who's actually like created a home. And so I'm interested in that, but we didn't really get much insight into what's happening in Jules' head. I'm hoping that she's in more episodes going forward and we get more with her. But at the moment it does kind of feel like there's a little bit of a distance between her and Rue, and therefore her and the rest of the series. So we'll see where that goes. Now, the previews for the next episode came out at the end of this episode. The wedding is next fucking week. The wedding between Nate and Cassie, which I was shocked by. I thought this was going to be like a season finale kind of thing, or maybe like a penultimate episode of the season where this is something that we're kind of moving toward throughout the entire season. But no, apparently it's going to happen in episode 3, which just feels like, it doesn't feel like good pacing already. It feels very, very messy of like, why are we already at the wedding? That should have been something that we were building up to over a long period of time. But okay, I guess we'll see where it goes. I am kind of obsessed with this shot. Like, why does he look so happy? She looks miserable, which she always looks miserable. She's just a miserable person. Why is he so happy? What's happening here? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. So that's where we're at currently. I did see someone say this. This season of Euphoria is not turning out worse than season 2 in any way. The quality hasn't declined. What has declined is the critics' opinion of intolerance for Sam Levinson, and that's fine. That's even good, but season 2 at this point was worse / on par with this. I agree and I disagree. Now, I do think that, like, first of all, I don't remember season 2 that well, but I remember episode 1 being very good. I don't remember episode 2, so maybe episode 2 was a mess. I don't remember. But I think for sure there is definitely a quality decline in terms of no Labyrinth. The show has definitely lost its, like, core aesthetic to a large extent. But then also, I think the big thing here is it's not just, I do think critics have kind of lost a tolerance for Sam Levinson, which is a contributing factor, but I think it's a very similar thing with, like, what happened with Game of Thrones. Because Game of Thrones, people really started turning on the show in the last, like, 3 episodes. I mean, it's pretty incredible. The amount that, like, Euphoria, that Game of Thrones lost all goodwill in 3 episodes of the show. But if you really look back, the last 2 seasons of Game of Thrones is not very good. It really is, like, after season 6, it's just not a very good show. Season 7 is not good. Season 8 is worse. But the thing is that season 7 was bad in a way where it's like, this is definitely not as good of a show as it was before, but it's salvageable. You know, you kind of counted on the idea that, like, the show was going somewhere. that maybe it's a little bit messy in the way that it gets there. Maybe it's like, you know, they're kind of fast traveling too much. I never thought there was a whole lot of chemistry between Daenerys and Jon Snow. That felt really forced to me, but it was like, okay, but it's like, it's coming, it's going somewhere. And then even in the first 2 episodes of season 8, it's like, okay, this is still like, it's going somewhere. And then it was episode 3 of Game of Thrones, if I remember correctly. I haven't rewatched that show either, but I remember at episode 3 being like, oh no, they can't come back from this. With the amount of episodes that they have after this, like the length of the show that's left, there's no way to turn this around. And that's where you have to then look at everything before that a little bit differently, where you're like, oh, okay, so I thought that stuff in season 7 that wasn't very good, I thought that was going somewhere. It's become now clear that it's not going anywhere. And that's going to change my relationship to the previous season. I think it's similar with Euphoria, but it's not even Euphoria itself. It was The Idol. Season 2 had a lot of problems, but it also had some good moments, you know? Like, I at the time, my opinion on season 2 was like, there's a lot of stuff here that's like fallen apart, but I think it is just mainly a problem with the fact that there's one writer and one director of every episode, and it's a writer and director who just has like a limited skill set and who has a focus on like the characters that he relates to, which is like Rue, and then he's letting these other characters like Kat and these other people just kind of, he's letting their storylines fall apart because he doesn't understand them. And so I was like, okay, if he kind of like regroups, if he maybe just takes more time between seasons, or if he gets a writer's room, if he gets other perspectives in the room with him to help fill out these other characters, because I don't know why you're doing a show with an ensemble cast when you're only really interested in a few characters. You could have just done one fucking main character. You could have made Rue your actual main character and not done an ensemble show. But okay, whatever. It felt like with season 2, it was salvageable. Of like, maybe if he gets more writers, maybe if he takes more time, maybe he can save this. Then you watch The Idol, and you're like, oh no, this guy's just a freak. He's just like a depraved fucking weirdo. And then season 3, especially the way that the aesthetic has changed, now that Petra Collins has said something about the fact that they kind of stole her shit in seasons 1 and 2. Now that they can't rip off Petra Collins anymore, the show looks completely fucking different. Now that Labyrinth doesn't fuck with Sam Levinson anymore, the show sounds completely different. All these people who fucked with Sam Levinson before, I mean, Petra didn't really, but they got away with ripping off Petra Collins for a bit. All these people who, like, the show has benefited from previously, now that they're pulling their shit out, and it's just Sam Levinson shit left, it's becoming more and more clear of like, oh, this guy's not good at making shows, and he actually is just a creepy weirdo. Huh. So yeah, it's like, is the show significantly worse than season 2? I wouldn't say significantly, no, but it's just become clear now that Sam Levinson can't come back from this, that it's not going to get better, that it's not just like a bumpy ride, but that it leads to somewhere positive in the end. And maybe I'm wrong. I'm gonna watch the entire season. I'm going to watch the entire season, and maybe he'll pull it off, but I really, really doubt that. I don't think there's any coming back from this. I think that he's not a good director. I think that he's not a good showrunner. I think that he's not a good writer. And I think that it's incredible that he even got this fucking far. That's it. So we'll be back next week. We'll be back every week until the show is over. So we're coming back next week for a Pop Girly News, a public stream, where we will do another Euphoria update. And then the week after that, I will most likely be doing a Euphoria update in the afternoon, and then the member stream at night. So we're gonna be chugging along with this show, but let's do our honorary pop girlies before we go for the evening. So our first honorary pop girly. Citrus, the dog. I am really obsessed with this dog. Its name is Citrus. It's just this woman that I follow on Twitter. She's a writer. What's her name? Sophie Vershbo. She adopted this, or not adopted, she's fostering this dog, Citrus. So, if any of you live, I think she's in New York City, if any of you live in the New York City area and you're looking to adopt a dog, this is Citrus. Now, she did, she was from a home with as she says, a hoarding situation with 30 other dogs. So she has some issues. I think she doesn't like being pet at the current moment. Here's her adoption page, so you can adopt her. Oh, she's so fucking cute. She's like a little Muppet. She doesn't really like being pet, I understand, but you know, she's working on it. She's getting more comfortable with humans, it seems. This is Sophie. She said, my foster dog still isn't confident enough for me to pet her, but she is confident enough to do whatever this is. That's her on a table. She doesn't like to leave her crate, it seems. But she will accept chicken.
The chicken again. Oh, we like a hand feeding more? Do you want any for yourself? No, our bowl's scary. Okay, we can go back to hand feeding. Sure.
And then she likes to lay on her back like that. Oh, she's just so fluffy. Look at her. She could be yours. This is her with bedhead. She looks like a fucking Muppet. So she doesn't like to be pet outside of the crate, but she will allow pets from the top of the crate. Oh my god. So this is like, even if I could adopt a dog, I'm too much of a petter. I'd be trying to pet that dog all fucking day. It wouldn't be good. And also, Sophia does have another dog named Simon. That's her dog, so I did want to give a little shout out to Simon. There's Simon. But going back to our next honorary pop girly. Bryan Cranston. Now, I love a good Bryan Cranston. He's mostly promoting the Malcolm in the Middle like reboot show right now, which I was a big fan of Malcolm in the Middle. I've only watched the first episode of the new series so far, but it's fine. It's fine. I mean, it is almost more of like a kind of celebration of the original show, I feel like, than a real continuation. It's just kind of an excuse for them to have a little reunion, which I think is fine. But Bryan Cranston in this promo campaign, I was gonna say he's really taken me, but I've always been taken by Bryan Cranston. But like, he did this lip sync of Pablo Escobar, and I've seen quite a few people do this lip sync of this song, which is I don't remember what this song is called. It's not called Pablo Escobar, but that's just like the part of the song that people are picking out to do these lip syncs. His lip sync is so much better than everybody else's. Just like everybody. I'll play a second of it. He's so good at it. I was mesmerized by it. But then also Frankie Muniz, who has some interesting takes from time to time, was talking shit about Skylar from Breaking Bad, and Brian wasted no time to shut him down.
Better wife.
Better wife?
Lois or Skylar?
Well, strictly from a character standpoint.
I know this is easy
Lois.
too. Of course, because she loved you. Can I tell you an honest truth?
Huh.
I loved Breaking Bad. Obviously, everyone in the whole world loved it. I wanted to kill Skylar to make your life easier. Oh, your life would have been so much easier.
Well, let me say,
you were such a bad.
To make your life easier. Dude, he's like killing people. He poisoned a child. The amount of men that like really idolize Walter White is crazy. And I do think that that's kind of the like fatal flaw of the show. I love Breaking Bad. I think it's a great show. But I do think that like the show paints Walter White as like a badass a little bit too much. To the point where like I think it is still crazy for all these young men to think that like Walter is like an admirable person in any sort of way. And like look up to him. Like I think the morally correct thing to think about Walter White is that he's a piece of shit. But for sure, the way that the show portrays him, I can understand how people would come out of watching the show and being like, wow, he's so cool. Because it definitely does make him look pretty cool sometimes in ways that is like maybe a little counter to the actual point of the show. And I do think the finale lets Walter off the hook a little bit. Like it makes him have a kind of like, I think there are problems with the finale of Breaking Bad in the way that it portrays Walter White and his decision making, but whatever. But to like actually say that you wanted to kill Skylar White, that's crazy.
Because she loved you. Can I tell you an honest truth? Huh. I loved Breaking Bad. Obviously, everyone in the whole world loved it. I wanted to kill Skylar to make your life easier. Oh, your life would have been so much easier.
Well, let me say,
you were such a bad guy. You could have just gotten rid of her.
I know.
All she did was complain. Look at the money.
Now, see, she got a lot of blowback from that.
Oh, really?
Well, first of all, Anna Gunn is a superb actor, but she got like, oh, why don't you get off his back?
Yeah, that's how I felt.
Wait a minute, let me understand this. Her husband leaves without any explanation. She's pregnant.
Yeah.
He's making crystal methamphetamine, and people have died, and she's the bitch. It's like, we couldn't understand.
I get it. When you put it that way, I guess.
I know, yeah.
All right, well, I guess you didn't have to eat a wing.
I didn't eat a wing.
But then this was the thing that really got me, where I was like, oh, I love him.
You didn't pass on.
I was signed to be in the movie Holes, and it was all 100% like, we're about to start filming, but then Cody Banks was greenlit. They were like, which one do you want to do? And that one, I immediately picked Agent Cody Banks, but I remember everybody like kind of really pushing me to do Holes just because of the story, and it's...
Holes is a good movie. I mean, I know we all feel a certain way about Shia right now, but goddamn, that's a good movie. And the song, too. Digging, digging. Oh, it's so good.
A little more dramatic, and you know, Shia LaBeouf ended up doing it, which I think kind of really catapulted his movie career. Yeah. So that's one that quickly comes to mind that I go like, I wonder what my career or my life would have been if I, you choose. I mean, that's with every decision you make in your life, right? Like, what could have come from it, or would I have been taken more seriously as an actor?
You could have ended up with Shia LaBeouf's life.
I'm just saying. I can't think of...
Keep that one in. Shia, get some help. What's the one rule?
Oh, he's so cool. But really, like, the thing that I did want to sort of highlight here, because I think we all need to, like, really enjoy this moment with Bryan Cranston in this promo that he's doing, because he is going to be, not retiring, but he's going to be taking a break for a while. He said that, a few years ago, he said that, like, he's going to go up to, like, mid-2026, and then he's going to pause his career for a while. And the reason that he's going to do that is so that he can focus on loving his wife. What a guy. He said that, for the last 24 years, Robin has led her life holding onto my tail. She's been the plus one. She's been the wife of a celebrity. She's had to pivot and adjust her life based on mine. She has tremendous benefit from it, but we're uneven. I want to level that out. She deserves it. Him and his wife have been going to therapy together since before they were married. I look at it like the warning light going off on your dashboard. It's telling you, you might want to pay attention to this. I love my wife and we want to go the distance, but I want to do it in a healthy way. I don't want to just be with her. I don't want to just have the two of us go into a restaurant and no one says a word. Love it. What a guy. Shout out to Bryan Cranston. But we do have one more honorary pop girly. And it's someone that's already come up in the stream multiple times, which is why I know for sure they deserve it. It's Petra Collins. The amount that Euphoria looks so different since she called out the fact that they ripped her off. And it's very obvious that they ripped her off the first 2 seasons. How different the show looks now is even more evidence that she was the backbone of the show. And she wasn't even on the show. She didn't even get credit for it. She didn't even get paid for it. But she is the backbone, and she is continuously directing our girls. She's got Olivia Rodrigo, she's got Rosalia, she's directed for Carly Rae Jepsen, for Selena Gomez. Like, she is the music video director right now. And she's also, like, she just has good relationships with these pop girlies, too. Like, here she is getting interviewed for ID, where Selena Gomez asks her a question.
Hi, ID. It is Selena Gomez. Petra, one of my dearest friends. My question for you.
She looks so cute.
Is, do you feel like, because I know you and you're similar, we have our emotions, and do you feel like when you take photography and have experiences that you can create control, does that help you express yourself and get out your emotions? I know it kind of does for me, especially when I'm with you and you're photographing me. So I'd like to know. I love you.
So cute. She's wearing like pigtails. Love the vacuum cleaner in the back. I mean, photography for me is so cathartic, and I feel the best that I ever feel when I'm on set. When I'm off set, I feel like shit. When I'm on set, I am on top of the world. So yes, Selena. I think that's the answer to your question.
Yeah, and they fucked up too, because the thing is that like pop music is so central to Euphoria. I mean, Rosalia is on the new season of Euphoria, and they've had other like pop stars and other like pop music in the show, and it's like, if you had just kept Petra Collins on the show and you had paid her and you had properly credited her, she's got connections. Like these girls, it is kind of like a Jack Antonoff thing where it's like, there's a reason that these girls keep going back to work with her. They like her. They feel comfortable with her. And she also produces good work. Like, yeah, as Bianca said, Fetish was iconic. Fetish is a great music video. Also, Sunset Boulevard, great music video. Like, she does good work. This is what Euphoria always should have been. But at least, if she's not working on Euphoria, she's working with the girls. And no matter what, Petra Collins will remain an icon. No matter where she is. So, that's it for tonight. I will see you guys next week. And then also the week after that, and the week after that, until Euphoria is done. Because even on the nights that we're doing the member stream, we will also be talking about Euphoria at some point during the day. So I guess thanks for that, Sam Levinson. Anyway, goodbye.